Congratulations, Citizen Fortress. You are the first person to enter the chat and have been first 1 time.
What's up, dudes? How you doing? Are you even? Yeah, I'm good. Hello! Good to see you guys. Glad you're here. Hello, Ukulele. Hello, Blaze. Hello, Gert. Hello, TMD Gaming. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Very kind. I work really hard to make it look good. Hi, Ferric. Also, Ferric is here. Hello, Ferric. Don't want to forget Ferric. Yeah, no, I've been working hard, man. I try my best to make it look good, and then I don't know. It's whenever if you're a streamer, you'll understand this. But like, legitimately, whoop, that got too quiet. There we go. Yeah, you work insanely hard on your overlays, and then you're like, okay, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And then you come back a month later, and you're like, what garbage, terrible looking. What was I thinking? And then. And then you fix it and repair it, and okay, oh yeah, now it's good. And then you come back 2 months later and you're like, it's just the worst. I don't think I should stream anymore with this overlay. I should just change it. And then you do that for 4 straight years. Ta-da. And then at some point you just go, you know what? I really like purple. Now everything is going to be purple. The end. Thank you. I like my, yes, it's available on my merch store. If you like this shirt, it's at my merch store, and it's so comfy. It's such a comfy shirt. Well, and that's the thing, right? You work really hard on the setup, and then all the toys and stuff break. Like, legit. Yesterday, I moved everything over to the system to make sure it'll work, and then yesterday someone hit the button and it just didn't go, and I'm like, I worked so hard to make that go, and then it just makes me crazy. But whatever, it's fine. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Everything works now, and we're fine. I'm fine. Got a really good phone call before I jumped on stream. Like, literally, I went stream, and all of a sudden it went, and okay, hello, what? Good news? Thank you. Cool. So that's really good. I'm looking forward to this afternoon because cool things are happening. It's like wearing a blacklight poster. It might be. I have a blacklight somewhere around here. I'm all about the synthwave. I'm all about the purple these days. It's just how I live, and I'm okay with it. Does that mean you're going to dye your skin purple? No, I just have to hold my breath a lot. That's cheap. It's way cheaper just to hold your breath. So what we're doing is oh, by the way, Citizen, yeah, he's like, why isn't YouTube chat on stream? Because it's not allowed. TOS said no. I would totally do that. My hope would be that what I could do, and I was thinking about this pretty hard the other day. Hey DJ, is that what if it just kind of popped up and then disappeared? You know what I mean? Just kind of boop and then boop left. Like, I think you could do that. I have it kind of set up, right? If I do this and I go test 1 2, right? If I go blah, blah, boop, then it's supposed to anyway. There, see that? Just a little bit of a then there it's gone. So I did do it technically, but I'm like, to me that's the edge of TOS. It's not staying. It's not part of the normal chat. It's a different color. It's like it's like this. It's like a rogue. It's like a pop-up. So if I do this, right? If I do this, it goes bloop, and then it disappears, which is good, right? That's TOS. That covers whatever it's supposed to cover. So that's what I think, anyway, and that's what I have to say about that. Good morning. We are what we're doing. Today, it's Wednesday. I was going to say Weird Wednesday. It's not Weird Wednesday. It is, in fact, Wednesday check-in. And so what we've been doing on Wednesday last week and this week is I go through the Discord and I find some common themes, but everybody's kind of talking about, or a bunch of people are talking about, and I put them into, and I create something helpful, and then we go through it together. Because what's the point of having a Discord where everybody's sharing if you're not going to actually, like, talk about it? So I'm a community leader. Let's do some community stuff. The second thing is that I'm really impressed with you guys when it comes to the Discord. I went to the search and I said, you know, like, it's every message since, I think it was like last Wednesday is what I said. And then what it came, it was like 165 messages. And I'm like, that's pretty good, I think. Like, that's pretty good. If you do an average of 7 days out of the week and how many people are around, that's pretty good for messages. I'm impressed anyway. That's not a coincidence, TMD. That's not a coincidence. Sorry, CMC. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, come on in. I sent you a pic that caused me a soul-crushing nostalgia. Still struggling emotionally. Did you? I assume it's in Discord. All right, I'll look at it later. Man, it feels like I would imagine a hot air balloon would feel if it could in fact feel, as in it's inflated, as in like you feel a sense of pressure, or because it's really, really warm, or because it's rainbow colored. All right, well, if it caused you that much trauma, then I'm gonna have to take a look at it, Ferric. What is it? Atari wood paneling, burnt orange carpet. Okay, you share that one in the image share. I had the Atari at one point in time. We had shag. We had I think it was blue shag at that time. That's at least that's what my 4-year-old, 5-year-old memory remembers. Then you add in the private channels for mental health trainees, alumni. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. My wife gave me her call. Oh, that's no good. You know, that's what you get for, you probably kissed her, right? What are you gonna do? Stream looks phenomenal. Are you visible? You are sort of visible, citizen. Unfortunately, the ding that I'm supposed to hear when it comes to somebody showing up on YouTube doesn't ding. I thought it would. I want it to. It's not doing it. But whatever. It's hard to run 2 chats at the same time. Speaking of Pixon struggling emotionally, there's enough leaves to make a pile of, and Sleepy Jr. has been jumping in them. Nice. Got a really good picture of him laying and smiling in them. Looks like such a big boy. So mommy's holding back tears, especially when I did a side by side of now and when he was only a few weeks over a year old. Yeah, I remember that. When we were in Cleveland, like you get a ton, just piles of leaves, and the kids are bouncing in it and whatnot. Makes good pictures. Lots of colors, lots of shapes, lots of contrast. Makes good pictures. I love my TI-99. Isn't that a calculator? The TI-99, isn't that the Texas Instruments calculator? Did it have a game on it? Probably had worms, right? Or snakes. Can I ask a personal question? Where do you get your music you play on stream? It's curated over the last long time when it comes to but it's basically, I went looking through all the copyright stuff I could find. NCD is a good place to go looking. I was looking forever to try to find a startup song, like the one that I played before I started up when the drop came. I looked forever, like weeks and weeks, to find something like that, and that led me on a goose chase to find all the artists that were there. And then people send a really good source is Samus. She sends me a new song every now and again. So, and then when she sends me a new song, I go look at that artist, and I go look at more artists by, and then I go make sure that they're copyright, and I add it to the list. But if you want it, it's available. Just check out XtianNinja on Spotify. You can have them. I'm sharing whatever you need. Oh, the TI was a PC. Oh wow, far out. Neat. Oh, all right. Didn't know that. Far out. How is your week going so far? It is a it's the middle of the week. We're doing the check-in. How you doing? It is an AMA. Feel free to AMA, but we're just going to jump straight into the talk if you guys want to. I want to make sure I check with you guys first. We got a lot to talk about today. It's only 2 subjects, but they're big subjects, and so we're going to cover a lot of ground. But I want to make sure I check with you guys first. So how are things? Anybody got any burning question or knowledge or story they want to tell? Because you guys are most important. Speaking of sharing songs with Samus, she and I were talking about Trogdor the other day. There's a song. Yeah. I can't believe they're still going, man. Every now and again on YouTube, there's a new thing by Homestar Runner. I'm like, really? All right, let's go watch that. Well, 'tis the season, actually. I don't know if it's still going to happen, but every year for a million decades, they Homestar Runner did costumes. You know, people dressing up as their various costumes from Homestar Runner. Now it was been a long time. So yeah, I don't know if anybody's gonna do that, but people still know it. People still like it. See, yeah, I would imagine that it's hard to do, because I think, what did I hear? They went to go work on Yo Gabba Gabba or something. Like they did Homestar, and then they got discovered or something, and then they got a really big job or of some kind, and so it's harder to do that. But I still think there's some passion there. Hi, Jones. Yeah. Okay. Put some pics in the pic share. Kids playing Minecraft. Oh yeah, far out, man. Oh, that's huge. That's annoying and terrible, and I don't like that. All right. We're gonna put that. That was gross. Let's make it smaller. How about that? We'll just put it up there in the corner. Make it smaller. I don't like that at all. It's the first time I've seen it. You're the first one to come in chat and actually say anything, Fortress. I've gotten my new job and tested every day in a sense by my faith, spreading it to people. That's a little better. There you go. Every day in a sense by faith by spreading it to the people that come in daily. So can you explain that a little bit? Like, not only what do you mean by that, like what's the job and what would you say is testing you? I'm very curious about that. We're actually going to talk a little bit about that later, about the idea of how life often comes with tests out of nowhere, things that you don't plan, things that just kind of happen, kind of awful stuff. And so it's very thematic. It's thematic. Hi, Samus on YouTube. Good to see you. In the meantime, I'm going to pull up the talk. I think it's over here somewhere. Where is it? I wonder if I can pull up the YouTube chat on this. Oh, I can. I totally can. Hold on. I can pop out chat from over here. Pop out chat. And then I could just put it over here and I could actually see it. Weird. Look at me being all professional and junk. Uh-oh. It doesn't like it when I make the font bigger. Okay. C'est la vie. Sans la vie. Yeah, it doesn't even like it when I make the window bigger. YouTube isn't great. Thank you, The Prodigal Son Production. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm totally distracted now. Let's go here. Boop. And we'll fire up the notes. And you guys can kind of see what's going on. Boop. Hello, River. Yeah, why don't you guys on YouTube talk amongst yourselves? I can't follow both. It's too hard. It's too hard. I'm too new. That's funny. It's all too new. Blaze says, give me a bit, citizen. I'll check it out later. Remind me later. People come in and talk and share their daily issues, and I get to help them out. Oh, working in a smoke shop. Oh, far out, man. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, it's you work in a place like that, especially anything to do with customer service. You're gonna meet some people. You're gonna meet some folks who, some of them are having a good day, some of them are having a very bad day, some of them are big dumb jerk faces, and other ones are just gonna make your day because they're just the nicest people. And it's you never know. I remember I used to work Walmart. I had some rough customers, mostly great. Mostly really good people. And then like my daughter, she said the other day, snack girl, she's like, I want to go work at the grocery store again because everybody was so nice. And I'm like, that's an unusual thing. Most people don't want to go back into the service industry or back into cashier stuff because they don't usually have nice people. But we live in a nice place with nice people. You know what I mean? So it's a lot nicer here. Finds corners, slumps into it, obviously comfortable with just being here, unattractively mouth breathing with the occasional sniffle. Oh, the mouth breathing. Then you get all dry. Oh, man. I usually send them away with a smile. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, man. It's like, if you can make someone's day that way, God bless you, because I know that I've been through some stuff. It was bad. I went to a guy, and I was walking through the mall, and I was like, it was a bad scene. Like I was going through some rough stuff, and I did not want to get asked how you doing one more time. You know what I mean? I just didn't want to hear it again. And the guy, he's standing at the door, and it's just his job. You know, it's not like he cares or did anything, but he's like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like, you know what? You really want to know? And I'm like, here's what's going on, and I feel like this, and this is horrible, and I'm on the edge of tears, and I don't want to be here anymore. And like, I dumped on this poor guy, and then walked into the store, and I still feel kind of bad about that because he didn't deserve that, but I was feeling really rough that day. And so he got dumped on, and the poor man, and then I had to walk out of the store. Like I walked into the store, wandered around, there's nothing there I wanted. And I had to walk out past him again, and Figured I was probably going to go postal. I'd imagine I got looked at by the security because it was rough. Tell you what, let me switch up the music and we'll jump into the talk. Again, it's always AMA, so feel free to interrupt, talk about whatever you want, and then we can get into talking about literally your subject. We're going to start here. What I do on Wednesdays is I go through the Discord and I go looking through the themes that I see, basically looking through all the messages and all the things that people are talking about, and then I run it through. I take it to ChatGPT because I don't do anything without my friend Chad anymore. And we run it through. We talk about, expert advice and look up some stuff and articles and what's helpful and steps. It's got the entire compendium of human knowledge, so you'd think that it'd be able to help a little bit. Plus, the theology seems to be fairly conservative, which is good. So I, run it through there, and then we edit and edit and edit and edit, and then boom, Chad's a good person. Very, very helpful. And then we come up with something. And really it's meant to be jump off notes. Each of these subjects that we're talking about is enormous. They're enormous subjects. And so therefore it's not like we can cover it all. But I feel like if the community's going through it and we have a chance to kind of talk about these big things, then why don't we do that? Why don't we, just call a spade or just jump into it. I'm not afraid to talk about big subjects, so you can ask whatever you want. Somebody came in yesterday and dropped like a Trump emote, and then it's like you could just kind of the mod went into hackle mode. The hair went up, the neck went like that. What are we doing? And that's a good thing, right? Like but it was like, what? It's fine. We do controversial stuff here. We talk about big subjects. I'm not afraid of it. I've been through a lot. I've studied a lot, so there's nothing we can do that's gonna throw me off or make me too upset. So let's just do it. And I feel like one of the things that I can do for people is talk about subjects nobody else will. That's a good thing. Let me pray, and then we'll jump into kind of talking about two things. We're gonna talk about spiritual warfare. That's number one, and then the second thing we're gonna talk about is struggling with motivation and moving from ideas to action. And what that's a conglomeration of a whole bunch of different things people are talking about. But we're going to start with spiritual warfare. Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm looking forward to it too. All right, God, thank you for your gift of this medium, for the community that you brought, for the people that we're able to talk to, for the ones who are willing to share, the ones who want to listen. I pray that you draw people from all around the world to maybe ask advice, to be part of a growing community, to be part of the people who are loving each other in a special way, in a unique place. Thank you that I get to be part of it. I get to be a little bit of a leader in it, and that there are a lot of other people who are serving. And it's a gift, God. This is a gift. Pray that as I try to address these subjects, that you would help my words, and it would be helpful and meaningful. I pray that people would be open and vulnerable, that your Spirit would illuminate, that your Holy Spirit would inspire. You say that what we ask, you will grant the Spirit, and so we do. We ask, and I just ask that you'd bless yourself through it. Amen. What's up, dudes? Oh no, you got a cold too? Oh no. You know what's not fun? Sneezing with a headache. That's not fun. So let's talk about spiritual warfare. That sucks, Mountain. Sit down, have some Neocitrin, and chill. So we're in the community right now, and there's some people that are talking about this, and so we're gonna bring it up. There are people who are going through Neocitrin, a backache, a headache, and then a good sneeze. Yeah, that's no good. Just a sore throat. Okay, that's not too bad. It still sucks, but it could be worse, so that's good. Yeah, so within the community, if you go look at the Discord right now, you're going to see people that are going through some rough stuff. And when I say spiritual warfare, what that basically means is that there are two or three realities in this world, depending on how you want to cut it up. And there's the reality that is what we see before us, the physical reality, people, relationships, gravity, all the things that happen in this world that we know are for sure and that are 100% we can control, kind of, can't really control gravity, but you understand how it works and how fast it goes, and it's easily predictable. And people around you can touch, feel, see, unless you get in trouble, don't do that on the street, but you know what I mean? Like, there are people around. That's the first reality, is just what we see and what we experience here. There's a second reality, which is the spiritual reality. And that is the invisible realm that has just as much impact on the human world as the physical, right? There's just as much impact from the angelic, the demonic, the spiritual, as there is from your neighbors and friends. The fact that you don't see it doesn't mean that it's not happening. It's a force. It is relationship. It is something that is happening, that is sent by God, that is influenced by his plan, that has definite impact on your decisions. Also, there's an enemy, spiritual enemy, a tempter, someone who's a liar, someone who knows us, how we live, and knows how to manipulate the human creature really, really well, and is working towards our destruction. It's the thing. And so therefore, we have to take that into account. People who don't take into account the spiritual realm miss out a huge section. One of the frustrating things about watching people take counseling is, I had a customer, that's funny. One of the things that frustrates me about people taking counseling from a secular place is that they don't talk about the spiritual side of things, right? Obviously, because they don't either believe it or they're afraid to talk about it or whatever. But the fact is that temptation or spiritual immaturity or being oppressed by the enemy, or having the issue being a relationship between you and God, guilt, shame, fear, all that kind of stuff that comes with the emotional side of you, can be connected to your spiritual side too. And it's part of it, right? And you talk about the Force in Star Wars, right? That's what a lot of people think when they think of the spiritual realm. It's something we can control, something that we can do. That's very, you see it in movies, but it's not merely a force. The Force is impersonal. That's the difference, right? Is that the spiritual realm that we talk about as Christians is personal. It's not merely an impersonal force that you can use, like you can, extend your hand power, but you can actually, it's a personal thing. You can have a relationship with God who you do not see, right? Physical, emotional, it's a quadrangle. There's probably a word for a triangle with four sides. But it's like a quadrangle, where is the heart, soul, mind, and strength, right? You are emotional, you are spiritual, you are intellectual, and you are physical. Those four things all together go together to create your issues, and each one can be played on. If your physical nature can be played on, it's going to affect your emotions. Like if you feel sick, you're going to feel emotionally down. If you feel, if someone gives you just a great day, or so, it's sunny, it's beautiful, you're outside, you're holding a popsicle, you're walking through the sunshine and everything's great, you're going to feel emotionally better. If you live in the dark and you stay in your basement, then you're going to have an emotional response. If you intellectually are off, either you don't know something, or you've convinced yourself of lies, then you end up, that's going to affect your spiritual life. It's going to affect your emotional life. It's going to affect your relationships. If you believe that, okay, like for example, there are people out there that, no, it's something else. Quadrangle, I think is what it is. Quadrangle. Come on, it's got to have angle in it. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. And it's four, so quad, right? No worries, man. It's all good. Thanks I appreciate the sub. Where was I? Oh yeah, the each of those things are going to affect you, and each of them is going to be something that you have to address. So if you need to stay physically healthy, you need to stay intellectually honest with yourself, because the lies are going to affect you. If you feel a lie about God, or a lie about people, or a lie about whatever. The example I was going to give, there are people out there that are absolutely convinced they can live just with, what was that one the other day I saw? Live only on fruit, or live only on like, I don't know, something just that the human body doesn't live on. Like it just you need other things, and they've convinced themselves I can live only with this one type of food, and they end up starving to death. Doesn't matter how much you believe it if your physical self isn't able to process it. It doesn't work that way. If you're like, oh, I believe with all my heart that if I just drink caffeine as much as I possibly can, I'll get things done. Well, your body's gonna not function. Then you're gonna be emotionally anxious. You're gonna be a mess. It all connects. One of the things we forget about in the quadrilangulishness of the human creature often is the spiritual realm. And so there are people in our community who are noticing that some of the decisions that they're making, or the things that are happening in their life, or the ways that we are moving, the ways that life seems to be going, is not merely just, the way that they're thinking, the way that they're feeling, and the way that they are, the way that they are heart, soul, mind, strength, there's something else. There's an external force that is influencing things, and that is spiritual warfare. I talk about it myself. Breatharians who believe they can live solely on air. I believe that there probably are, but they has the dumb, and they just can't. Yeah, it was lacking. So I'll tell the story for me. I have a 1-to-1 ratio, it seems right now, that if there is a good thing happening in Taco, or my channel is moving forward in some way, or I come up with a way to help people and it's actually working, that something in my house is going to go sideways. Somebody's going to make a bunch of bad decisions. There's going to be a wave of depression, mental health issues. There's going to be anxiety that comes out of nowhere. There's going to be a lot more arguing, temptations. People are going to fall for more stupid things. It just happens. And so therefore, connecting ministry to what is happening to my family is easy, because I know when things are going well, something's going sideways. When things are going, there's going to be a big leap. Everything kind of goes upside down in my house. It's connected. Same thing with, I was listening to a friend today, and he was saying that, going through some weird stuff, things are kind of hard. So I called up someone close to me, and they just lost their marbles on me, and I don't know why. And it feels like it was so out there that there must have been some kind of spiritual temptation reality going on in that moment, because it was way more than it should have been. What's happening there? Well, that person that I know is having a bit of a revival in their life, where they're like, I want to go back to church, and I want to be a good, family member. I want to be a good church member. I want to get my life right with Jesus. And suddenly they have a weaker family member that's losing their marbles. It's not a coincidence. That's a spiritual reality. Isn't mind and soul effectively the same thing? I don't think so. You can know that God is real. You can know that the Bible, a bunch of Bible stuff, and not actually be affected in your soul. And you can be saved, for example, and not know a bunch of theology, right? I separate the intellect and the spiritual. Yeah, they're connected, just like the emotional and the spiritual are connected. But I would differentiate. Mountain says, I feel I might be oppressed, but the church has a lot of hoops to jump through to prove that, or possible possession. Possession's a little different. And I don't really want to talk about possession, right? Because that's a whole nother thing. And it's not something I have experience with. I've never cast out a demon. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure that is a reality for some people, but I don't have experience. I'm just talking about what I would say is the normal sense of that there's a spiritual enemy out there that is a real person who affects you, tries to affect your thinking, tries to affect your decisions, tempts you to do the wrong stuff. That's a real person. And that God is a real person, and that God has helpers that are real people, and that is a person we can access as well. That's where I'm coming from. Ferric says, how I remember explained was a triangle. If you are physical areas out of whack, you can affect your emotional and your spiritual self. Emotional self's out of whack. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I add the intellectual to it. Life's gone downhill pretty quickly, and it doesn't make any sense to me. That's part of it, right? So we talked about this when you first showed up, Mountain. That idea was, you're moving through life, and all of a sudden everything just the fertilizer hits the ventilator in the worst possible way. You've got problems with your wife, problems with your kids, problems with your job, problems with your body, problems with, all these things are going completely sideways on you. And the question is, why? Everybody wants to know, why did that happen? I thought things were okay, and then things exploded. One of the realities, and then you kind of go through heart, soul, mind, strength, right? You go emotionally. How are you emotionally? Well, you talked about, alcoholism, which affected your emotion. You talked about rage issues, which was an emotional issue. You talked about fear issues with your job. You talked about pressure issues with your body and whatnot. So that's your emotional reality. It's affecting your marriage, affecting your kids, affecting yourself, right? Your soul, your spiritual reality. Are you connected to God? Do you understand forgiveness? Do you know what it's like to walk with the Father who is God through these things, right? I don't think you do. I think you kind of understand Christianity, but I don't think you have a close relationship with God. Mind, intellectually speaking, right? You were saying, I don't know what happened. I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know what I said wrong. I don't know where that went through. You have a knowledge gap in what's going on in yourself or what's going on in your wife's mind and heart. You are looking for ways that you can deal with the emotional issues in an intellectual way. And physically, you are going through a ton of physical issues, right? Headache, knees, back, burn, glass. You've got all these things happening all at once, and each one is pulling on one. You get one a little bit better, and the other one pulls down the other one. And I believe with every fiber of my being that part of the issue that you have is spiritual. That some of the answers to what did I do wrong, what's going wrong with me, and how can I fix it, or how can I respond to it, what's going wrong with your body, what's going wrong with your choices, what's going wrong, the intellectual side of things as well. I think a lot of that can be solved, or much of it can be solved, by connection to God. You'll understand yourself more, you'll understand the world more, you'll understand the spiritual reality of the world more, what God has to say about it, and that will factor into and change all the other parts, right? When we refuse to believe in that spiritual side, this other three doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. I'm just catching up in chat. I don't think the mind and soul are the same. Position of your soul determines a lot. Yeah, you can be very intellectually. I think Jordan Peterson is a great example of somebody who is a very intellectually religious person, but is not saved, is not connected to God, has not been changed. The way that he talks about things is intellectual, but not spiritual. I can only live off barbecue potato chips. Don't do that. Don't do that, citizen. That's bad for you. Yes, it did, but the question is why, Mountain, right? Fertilizer hits the generator. The ventilator. The fertilizer hits the ventilator. Yeah, well, yeah. Instead of saying it the other way. Sam says, so if the spirit is the dead thing that comes to life when we're saved, our mind and intellect, what is the soul? Soul, I don't differentiate soul and spirit, right? And yeah, I know that they're different words and whatnot, but it is complex, right? The spirit, the soul, the mind, when you're saved, you are saved heart, soul, mind, and strength. All of you is saved, not just your spirit. That's an important thing to say, because your body is saved, as in you will die, but you will rise again with a physical body. You will have a physical body for the rest of eternity. You're saved spiritually, as in your distance from God, you being his enemy, you being destined towards hell, you being bent towards sin at all times is now corrected. You're a new creature, new person, new spirit, new everything. You've been watched and changed. You're a different person spiritually than you were. Now you prefer the good, you prefer God, you want to worship, you want to be good, and your destination isn't hell, it's heaven and eternity beyond, right? You're intellectually, you are You go from wanting to believe lies and choosing to believe lies and inventing your own lies so you can have comfort, to you only want the truth even though it's difficult, right? You only want the truth even though that the truth can be hard to process. And, heart, soul, mind, strength, emotionally, you're going to be seeing things and perceiving things and feeling things different because God is working on your feelings. Suddenly you love people more than you loved before. You love enemies that you didn't love before. You love the people that you were angry at before. You love the people that you thought were wastes of space in society. You love people that you were racist or sexist or whatever ist against. Suddenly you're full of love because God has saved your emotional self, right? You're saved utterly from every part of your being. Circle with smaller circles within. That's a good way to look at it too. Sure, why not? Citizen said, I don't think anyone's place to say who is or isn't saved. Well, you can say based on their fruit, right? A saved person will bear fruit. A saved person will sound different, look different, be different than they were before, and they will act in a Christian way. If the person doesn't, you can have a good guess that they're not saved. Heart, emotions, mind, intellect, soul, spirit, strength, body. Yep, that's what I see. That's where I am. Yep, that's basically, yes, that's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. Trying to find the right church for me is like I'm window shopping the faith. And everybody does. You're not alone, Mountain. Everybody does. So everybody sort of starts in the same way. And that is and we're not talking about spiritual warfare. We're just kind of talking about God at this point. But basically, like, everybody starts in the same place. And that is, they look around, their eyes are open, and they go, hey, I think this place is bigger than I thought it was. Who put this here, right? Like, creation itself speaks to the fact that there's a God. You look into the stars, you look into a microscope, you look into the world, you look at a sunset, you look at a child, you're like, man, this is, there's something bigger than just Earth here. I wonder what that is. Everybody starts there. And the second part of that is, now that I'm kind of there, is the idea of there must be something in charge of something. I wonder what that something is. I'm going to go look for it. And so you go looking through the various religions of the world, or you go looking through the various opinions that everybody has, and you go, okay, what is that? Am I God? Is the earth God? Is God, one? Is God many? Is God does everything have its own God? What is the deal with all that? And so you go through and you work it through and intellectually work it through. You're like, okay, which is the truth and which is a lie and which is the one that's made up and which was, said by somebody who was manipulating people and which is actually connected to history and which one actually has archaeological support. Like, you go through like, okay, these all make sense. This one makes sense, and this one makes sense, and this one makes sense. This one has a lot of psychological truth, and it works kind of with your heart. This one seems to connect to reality and has a lot of history behind it. This one seems to feel right, and I kind of like it. Well, now that I've narrowed that down, which one is the truth? Which one leads to God? The trick people usually screw up is the fact that they think they can invent their own God. This is the part that everyone seems to get wrong who is spiritual but not religious, is that they believe that they can create their own God based on what they've decided God should sound like and look like and feel like and believe. So they go, okay, I like this part of Buddhism, and I like this part of Christianity, and I like this part of Judaism, and I like this part of Islam, and I like this part of whatever, Taoism. And I'm going to mush those together, and that's going to be the God that I create. That's not how it works. God is real. God is revealed. So therefore, it's not a matter of trying to invent a God that you can live with. It is a matter of discovering the God that really exists. Who is he? What has he revealed? And what does he say? What has he told us about himself? Regardless of what we feel, regardless of whether we like it or not. The question is, what has he said? Right? For a lot of people, it's, for example, sexual sin is a big one. Like, I don't like that God said this, so I've decided that's not what God would say. Well, too bad. That's not how it works. It's if he is God and he said this, then regardless of whether you like it or not, that's what he said. The question is, are you going to obey it or not? The question is, do you believe God or not? That's where you can look into the eyes of Jesus. That's where you look into the heart of God and go, I don't like you, God. I want to go my own way. And then God goes, okay, see how that plays out. I still feel as though I'm trying to find my place at times. We all are. And, Mountain talked about, window shopping the faith. We all window shop the faith. And even then, you settle on Christianity. You're like, what flavor of Christianity is correct? What interpretation of the Bible is correct? Which version of that? Which church in town that I'm near should I go to? It is very much window shopping, trying to figure out and where you fit and who you are and where God wants you. And yeah, everybody's like that. Me too. And it's hard. It's hard to pick a church. Citizen says, the church I'm going to now is great, but they don't do small groups the same as my previous church. Made some of the most impactful and living friends that way. Feel so disconnected. Small groups are a big part of it. They're a huge part of church. I believe in them very strongly. What does your church do that gets people together during the week, though? Like, what's their during the week plan? I'm leaning towards Catholic or Eastern Orthodox Christianity, which are Eastern Orthodox and Catholic are very, very similar. One is basically almost a mirror of the other in a very real sense. But what leans you that way? Like, for what makes you want to go that direction? Do you have a reason for it? Ukulele says, I've talked to a lot of people who say, I don't think God would do X. And I'm like, well, we don't get to decide what God would do. What did God say he does? Yeah. And what did he do? Right? We have a book. Here's what the book said. This is what he did. And there are people in the Christian realm who don't like that either. Right? For example, God was apolitical. Right? The people who are like, God is Republican are crazy. No, he's not. Right? Jesus does not fit into that category. It's just true. And they hate that part. And then people who are like, oh, Jesus is super loving, super accepting. He would be a Democrat. He would be a liberal. No, not that either. Right? He doesn't fit tightly in that box. He is beyond those two things. And both of you are wrong. If you want to live his way, it's going to be somewhere that you're going to be hyper this and hyper that. It's going to be both. You're going to be super generous while at the same time being very conservative with your money. You're going to be super kind to everybody, but at the same time, you're going to have strong boundaries. Like, it's both. Feels right, and I have the most experience with Eastern Orthodox. Okay, so that's... Let me push on that a little bit there, Mountain, and ask the question, what feels right? I'm used to it. And this is kind of what I grew up with, are not good reasons, right? There are people who grew up in really horrible places. There are people who grew up in super secular places. And just because it's what they're used to doesn't mean it's true. So what for you makes it feel right? Couldn't you just invite some friends to have a Christian book club or something? I mean, yeah, you could. Some people don't like leading things or hosting things, especially if you're in a mental health situation where your house isn't looking so great, or you're not feeling so great and you want to be ministered to. Sometimes it's hard to start a thing. We have small groups during the week, but I'm busy during the week. We would meet as our group for Subway school. Sunday school, I assume that means. Unless it's at Subway or you're in a Subway. But otherwise, I'm assuming that's Sunday school. And then at someone's house once a month. We don't do that here. We just meet at someone's house several times a month. That doesn't jive with me. Okay. I mean, from pastoral advice, citizen, is you're not going to like this, but tough noogies. If that's the church you attend and you want to attend a small group and that's how they have small groups, then go to the small groups that way, whether that jives with you or not. If it's important to you, make the time. If it's important to you and you want to be part of a group and you feel like you need to be, do it their way, because you'll find people and you'll connect. Now, if they're a bad church or they're bad theology or they're, bad group or whatever, yeah, okay. But if you're like, I want them to bend to me, I want my church to cater to my desires, well, too bad. That's not how it works. We bend ourselves toward being able to be sensitive to what the church is doing. That's Christian. I need a second opinion on sin. I'm against it. Varric, I'm against it. What the book of James says is about seeing your brother sinning. Some sin is illegal. Other sins will not get you in trouble with earthly law. Message I'm hearing from this other streamer sounds like we're to do everything in our power to prevent them from sinning. You can't do everything in your power to prevent them from sinning. That's not how it works. Jesus couldn't do that. Jesus doesn't do that. God doesn't do that. You can lead a horse to water, right? Now, it depends on your relationship with that person. Are they, hello, Supersonic. Are they your kid? Then you can be a bit more forceful, right? No, you can't go out. No, you can't have the car. No, you can't do that. No. Are they your brother? Then yeah, you can be a bit more intense. Like, no, I will. But if they're just a person, whether it be someone that goes to church with you or a friend or whatever, there's only so much influence you can have over someone who's going to take off and just sin anyway. That just, you can try to be a good influence. You can warn them. You can tell them, believe me, I'm that guy. I get to be the canary in a lot of people's coal mine, where I'm the last thing they see before they fall off the wagon. And I'm not even exaggerating, man. Like, I remember I had one friend, good friend. He came to me, and I'd flown out to Alberta for the first time in like a decade or so. And I'm hanging out with this friend. He was desperate to see me. And he's like, you have to spend time with me. We have to have a conversation. So we go out and, we're doing the thing. He picks me up. We go for dinner or whatever. And we're on the drive home and he just goes, okay, I have a question for you. And I'm like, okay, this is why he wanted to talk to me. Whatever this is about to be, he's about to say the thing. Cool. What? And he goes, I want to commit adultery. And I'm like, no. Let me explain, he says. And so he goes into this thing where he's like, well, my wife is going out to do bad stuff. My wife is bumping and grinding up against dudes. My wife is leaving me alone. She's not being, doing what she's supposed to do at home. She's out there with other dudes. And so I feel like I have the right to go and commit adultery. Then I would be fine. But Pastor, exactly. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. And if we talked about how just because someone is wronged you doesn't mean you get to wrong others. Just because someone is sinning doesn't give you permission to sin. Just because your emotions are going sideways doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. Just because you feel vindicated in doing it, or you feel like you're owed it, or just because, it sounds right to you does not mean anything. Still wrong. No, you can't. It's a commandment. Like it's not even a question. The fact that you have this argument for it is no. Right? No, that's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. Exactly. I think of that meme all the time. That's not how that works. Yeah, exactly. And so I get to be the canary in the coal mine, and he goes and does it anyway because he wanted my vindication. And so he went and he blew up his life. Right? Went and blew up his life. I was the last person, and then he blew up his life. I had another friend, and we met regularly. It wasn't a believer, and then I went off to school, came back, and he'd like gotten a girl pregnant and ruined a bunch of stuff, and things were just not good with him. And I said, "What happened, man?" He said, "You were my conscience. It turns out, and when you were not there, I went nuts." Right? I'm like, okay, fine. I get it, but still. No. And I've been that for a bunch of people, is that they come to me and they go, here's what I think. I want to do a bad thing. And I get to be the last thing they hear. Tweet before they head off into the coal mine. Yeah, canary's a bird. So a canary in the coal mine, the image is that what they used to do is they used to bring a canary down into the coal mine with them, and it would just sit there and tweet away. And when the tweeting stopped, that meant the bird died because they'd hit a gas pocket and everybody was going to die. So get out of the coal mine. That's the illustration. I get to be the last person that they hear yapping before the sound stops in their ears. They shove the cotton in all the way and they go do the stupid thing. I've done it for churches. Hey, church, guess what? if you don't get your crap together, this place is going to close. You are not doing it correctly. You should listen to this Bible verse and this Bible verse, and this is what God said. Stop it. And they went, and then I got to be the canary in the coal mine, and I was the last voice they heard, and then the church closed. Like, that's part of my gig, right? You want to... It sucks. Nobody wants to be the canary, but it's part of it. I get to be the butt pastor. Exactly. Hey, Zach. Like Jesus on the cross, even though we run around with Satan, he still died for us. Still loved us, did not sin against us. Husband and wife to be a picture of Christ in the church. Yeah, exactly. And part of that, and remember, husband and wife to be a picture of Christ in the church. I defy you to find an excuse for how the church treated Jesus super great, because we don't. We abandon him, and we're adulterous, and we take off, and we accuse him of stuff he didn't do, and we yell at him and get bitter about him. We fight with ourselves. We act like insane people. And we're his bride, and he still loves us, and he still died for us, and he still will help us. Like, we are the worst at times, and he still is committed to us. He won't deny us, even when we deny him. King says, it sounds like something I need to hear. Sounds like I'm dealing with some of the same stuff. Oh yeah, dude. Everybody is. Everybody is. We're all dealing with stuff. It's just that when someone comes up to you and goes, this is the part where you need to listen because you're being stupid, and here is 14 verses and the encyclopedia to tell you you're being dumb. When that happens, that is a really good time to stop whatever you're doing, because the next thing that's going to happen is that you're going to get the temptation and you're going to fall for it. Or you're going to go, oh, I was warned about this. I won't do the dumb thing. Looking for someone to blame. Yeah, well, it's like anything else. If you look into the church and you ask the question, why are this X group, whatever it is, so hell-bent on making it so that the Christian church affirms their lifestyle, whatever it is, and it's not just LGBTQ, there's a bunch of other ones out there, but why is it they're so hell-bent on making the church say it's okay? It's because they want God to say it's okay, right? And when the church goes, it's not, though. It's not. And God's not okay with that. They get angry. When Mel Gibson made the movie The Passion, he was one of the Roman soldiers who nailed Jesus to the cross because he put sin Jesus in there. Yeah, that's a good image. Yeah, for sure. You find it hard to forgive and love your wife. Just think about how Jesus forgave his bride. Yeah, and continues to. You're the canary for your friends too. It happens. And to go to what Mountain was, or who was saying before, that you can't help people, whatever. Oh no, it was Ferrick, right? Like, to go, sometimes they just go and they do it anyway. You can't prevent them. You can't stop them. They're going to do it anyway. And you don't have the obligation. In fact, for example, I think of the New Testament where it talks about warning a divisive person twice and then letting them go, kicking them out, right? Somebody will be in the church and they'll be like, big, dumb, stupid jerk face who's trying to cause a bunch of problems, and you go, hey, quit it. And then they'd be a big, dumb, stupid jerk face who's causing all problems, and then you kick them out, and they can go be a big, dumb jerk face somewhere else. And that's not something churches are great at, but it's an example of how sometimes the shenanigans, go ahead and go shenanigan, but you're not doing it here, right? You think of Ananias and Sapphira. They lied directly to the apostles. God struck them down and they died. The end. People were screwing with the communion. God's like, and then I'm going to make you all sick, because don't do that, right? There are times where the humans can't do it. It's a God thing. God's got to do something about it. And you're not going to be able to. It's lonely being the canary. It is, especially when you're, yeah, it is. Because the thing is, if you're the canary and that's part of it, it's going to sound really sad and horrible, but if part of your job as prophet, as canary, it means that your friends, your family, your people that you care about, they're going to get canaried too. Because nobody's perfect. And at some point, somebody you care deeply about or that you've been in a relationship with for a long time is going to come to you, and you're going to be the canary, and you're going to say something they don't like. And it'll either destroy your relationship or they will be saved because, you know, they listened to what you said that God said. And I've had plenty of people who were in relationship with me for a really long time and said that they thought I was so great. And it's crazy. Like, wow, you know a lot about the Bible, and you sure do preach good, and you sure know how to give good counsel. I'm so glad you're the pastor. And then suddenly, when it's them, I don't know what I'm talking about, and I have no idea what's happening, and and I'm a big dummy, you know, just because now it's advice that they need to take. Get canaried. That's good. Blaze says, I got the feeling a few weeks ago about me needing to listen to somebody, and it just so happened to be Donnie at the time. And it started my journey to turn my life around. Yeah, Donnie knows the Bible a lot, and he's willing to call a spade a spade. That's one of the reasons I wanted him on the team, is because he has a passion for truth. When they leave the church, they blame you. Yeah, the church, the pastor, everybody else, and then they go to King and this or Swag, and then they go to another church, and they go, this church is better. This church it does it right. And then they're going to get involved, and they're going to bump into something and do the exact same thing. And suddenly that church doesn't know what they're doing. Man, pastors and churches are just dumb. So their solution is to go home. And they go, all pastors are corrupt and all denominations are corrupt and you can't trust the church and everything's the worst. I'm going to do it at home by myself. And I'm going to make my own church. My brain's got Bender in his head with blackjack and hookers. No, I'm going to make my own church. And then with their own church, they just carry themselves into folly and control and more insanity because they've lost accountability, right? Jesus canaried my sins. Zach's marketing brain is going nuts. Yeah, passion for truth and a heart to help. Exactly. All right. So that's that. Shall we look into spiritual warfare now? That's basically what we're talking about is that you talk about the canary thing, right? Basically, this person's getting tempted and they want to do it, but their conscience is going crazy. That is a very spiritual thing. That's spiritual warfare. Their body, their mind, everything is like, I want to sin. I want to do the bad. I really, and I've got lots of reasons to in my mind, and I've got an emotional connection to whoever that is, and I've got a heart, soul, mind, whatever. Connected. It's there. But my spirit is saying no. My conscience is crying out. The part of me that's connected to God, because I'm a Christian, is freaking out. Full red alarms, just going nuts. And I really wish it would be quiet. So the only thing I could do is I can go to somebody who I believe knows what they're doing and can speak for God, and then ends up and can tell me that all the alarm bells that are going off are wrong, and that I'm okay. I need someone else to say that the alarm bells are wrong, and that I can just go do the things that my heart and my mind and my wants to do, and they won't. That's a spiritual warfare thing. Very spiritual. Donnie says, I appreciate you, that, and XtianNinja, I appreciate that. Was in the kitchen fixing a sandwich listening, had to come back to the office to say thank you. Walk all the way back to the office. That's funny. Well, we appreciate you, man. Okay, let's go through this, and feel free to interrupt along the way. Apparently I haven't turned on the new chapter verse, so sorry about that. If you want to put a verse in, you're gonna have to copy paste it. Okay, spiritual warfare isn't just a concept from the early church, but a present reality in the lives of believers today. That's true. It's real. It's true. It's a real force in this world, and you need to factor it in. I'll say it again. if you aren't factoring in the spiritual into your issues, you are missing a big part of it, whether it be your mental health, whether it be your job situation, whether it be decisions that you're trying to make, whether it be your relationship issues, whether it be wanting to get married or wanting to keep yourself together or figuring out what to do with your brother and sister, all that stuff. If you're not factoring in the spiritual side of things, then you are missing a massive part of it. That could be the issue. I've tried everything. I've said everything. I've thought everything. I've tried to do, it's not working because it's a spiritual issue, right? It's a spiritual issue. Okay, there you go. Preach the word in season and out of season. Okay, I appreciate that. Yep. So I'll finish reading it. Preach the word, be ready in season and out of season, correct, rebuke, and encourage with great patience and teaching. Yep. For the time will come when people will not tolerate sound doctrine, but according to their own desires will multiply teachers for themselves because they have an itch to hear what they want to hear. They will turn away from hearing the truth and will turn aside to myths. But as for you, exercise self-control in everything, endure hardship, do the work of the evangelist, fulfill your ministry. Words to Timothy, who was a pastor. Yeah. A lot of pastors read that over and over and over. Derek says, what really hurts me is not when the person sinned against me, so I'm going to go sin against them. What really hurts me is God did not do what I expected, so I'm going to go sin against God, knowing that I was so petty to sin against God because I wanted to hurt him makes me hurt myself. Yeah, it makes you hate yourself, and it doesn't hurt God. Right? You're only hurting yourself. You're only making yourself miserable. Yep. All right, let's talk about this. It's the Ephesians 6, 10 to 18, talking about spiritual warfare. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in heavenly places. That section right here is the part that I want you to look at. And I want you to realize, and I want you to remember, and you probably heard this a million times, but I really, really need you to pay attention to the fact that it's true. Okay? Read it slower. There's a lot of people don't factor it in. This is the Bible going, okay, listen. You're in a battle. You're at war, whether you like it or not. You're in a battlefield. You can deny it. Like, just imagine somebody is standing on a battlefield somewhere in, like, I don't know, Middle East or Africa or whatever, downtown Cleveland, and they just decide to put on virtual reality. I was watching a video the other day, and it was really cool. It was a simulation where they put a virtual reality thing on, and then they tapped something, and it changed everything they had in the room, like their desk and their table and their stove and whatnot, to look like old times, or look like underwater, or look like it's in a castle or whatever. And they could alter their, it's not true, but eventually I could see this happening. They alter their reality to the point where everything is different, but only to them, right? Because they're the ones in the glasses. Look around, and they don't even realize that they're in the middle of a battlefield. That's what this is. You're in the middle of a battlefield. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might, right? In the strength of his might. This part here is the part that I want you to really, really notice, because it's kind of important. Be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. So when you, rose-colored glasses, yeah. So when things are going sideways, often, and immediately like, Donnie, but me too, and everybody who's intellectually minded or going through a lot and just feels like they've got big strong shoulders that can go through a lot of things, is that they just buckle down, they pull up their socks, they buckle down, they pull up their socks, they buckle down, they pull up their socks, and they're like, God made me strong enough to face this, and so therefore I'm just going to go and face it. And the reminder here is to say, listen, it's not you, it's how much you can depend on God. It's how much you're using his strength. The more you rely on your own, and the more buckled down you feel like you're going to be, and the more pulling up your socks you're going to do, the harder it's going to be for you to go through this. So this is why it says, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. This part, that's another spiritual reality. And that is the enemy uses schemes. Okay? What's a scheme? It is a ploy, it's a plot, it's a trick. It is a something that's trying to push you in one direction using a bunch of other stuff. And you're like, that's crazy. It doesn't do that. Absolutely does. And if you have ever gotten yourself in trouble, and I know a dude, one pastor committed adultery and asked him the question, this is months later, and I said to him, how'd that happen, man? Like, how'd you go from awesome youth pastor in big church who's being successful and doing awesome stuff to guy who lost his job and cheated on his wife? What happened? And his answer was basically, it happened incrementally, right? So he started with, I was really getting burned out at work. I felt like I was being left behind, forgotten. He's the youth guy. Just go do the youth stuff, whatever. I couldn't meet with my pastor. My pastor wasn't talking to me. I talked to him 15 minutes a week. Didn't care. Just as long as everything was going fine over in the youth, nobody gave two hoots about me. I started to get resentful, started to get angry, started to get tired, and I didn't have anybody to talk to. So as I'm getting more resentful and more angry, I'd come home and my wife didn't want to hear it anymore. And we had little kids, so she was tired. And then she went to her job, and I was feeling lonely and I was feeling frustrated, and everything was bad and nobody would listen to me, and I just needed comfort. And I just felt like it just was crazy. And so one day I'm on Facebook Messenger, and bloop, up pops a message from some chick, some woman. And I'm like, totally innocently, never even thought about it, started chatting with her. Hey, what's going on? And started sharing my heart and sharing my stuff. And he said within 48 hours, we were in my church office boinking on the desk. Right? The schemes of the devil. Right? And you go, okay, well, surely that would have been a time for you to not to figure that out. Like when the pants are around the ankles, that's about the time where you kind of go, I think I've moved into another phase of stupid. No, because he wanted, in his mind anyway, he wanted to get fired, but he couldn't quit. He couldn't quit because he was in ministry, so therefore you can't quit. And so therefore he wanted to be disqualified. Also, he wanted to hurt his wife. Also, he wanted to hurt himself. Also, he wanted to embarrass the church and embarrass the pastor. So all these things that were coming before became this scheme, this trickery, this path that he'd been led down to the place where he's in his office doing stuff to somebody he shouldn't do stuff in the church. You think, this person would never do that. You'd never thought that. And how did they get that far in? It's because at the very beginning of the path, way back before, at some point, resentment started coming into his heart, and he was starting to feel lonely. And then the devil had a foothold is what the Bible calls it, to be something to work with. Something to work with. And, boy, you sure are lonely. Nobody really is listening, are they? Boy, you sure are angry. That gives you the right to do some stuff, and so therefore the scheme led him down the path, and that was a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual thing. Hi, Pineapple. Good to see you. Tale for you. The last few days, everything has just gone wrong. Not big things, just a multitude of little things. Sometimes that's worse. Things like burnt toast, soap exploding in the microwave. Where's your soap in the microwave? Trying to get cash after work, but all the cash machines were out of order. Tried to buy something on Monday evening, but the shop owner said their card machine was out of service, so cash only, which I didn't have. Today, I thought I had put the kettle on twice. But today I had to put the kettle on twice, even poured a cup of tea, realized it was cold water. Brutal. Forgot to flick the switch. Then I stood up from crouching down and banged my head. Oh man, that's rough. That's rough. Hi, Pony. I just shouted enough and started praying that nothing formed against me would prosper. Within minutes, I had peace and felt like something lifted from me. I think that sounds like, and again, I'm not someone to over spiritualize everything. And if you guys have listened to me teach or listened to me talk for a long time, I don't try to over spiritualize stuff, but all those things happening all at once could be, soup. Okay. The could be a foothold, a handle for the devil to hang on to, for him to be able to work in your life. It's like, it's not, I don't think he like literally put the shelf over your head. I don't think he literally broke all the ATMs and whatnot. But what ends up happening is this world full of sin and whatever. It's, man, you're sure feeling, you're sure getting the raw end of the deal here. Boy, that's really horrible. That's pretty bad. You deserve some comfort. No, this shouldn't happen to you. You're special. You serve other people. You're good to people. Why is this happening to you? You really should get upset. You should give this guy a piece of your mind. And that's the temptation. That's the spiritual reality. And for you to go, beep. No, I'm not doing that. That is you standing against the schemes of the devil. That's literally this. Don't put soap in the microwave. It's kind of interesting. If you take ivory soap, though, it blows up like a balloon. Or like, not like a balloon, like foam. It's kind of interesting. I highly recommend you YouTube it. Hey, Gabriel. Do not put your soap in the microwave. Just Google it. So I've heard the saying goes, when I pray for God to give me strength, he gave me situations that I had to be strong. Don't know the truth of that, but from that, I actually quit praying for God to give me strength and begun praying for God to be my strength a while ago. I think is it ivory soap? Yeah, there you go. It blows up. I think that's a good point. You ask God to be patient, and God's going to test your patience, because that's, that kind of thing. I think, I don't know. I'm not a semantical guy like that, but I understand the thing where instead of going, God, make me stronger, so I need you less, instead going, God, make it so that I understand how to use your strength more. That makes more sense. That's more theologically correct. Right? Like instead of make me strong, it's make me understand my weakness so that I can understand your strength. I love when people pray for wisdom. Get ready, buddy. Don't put weird things in the microwave. Watch the YouTube video. That's your tip of the day. If you walk away with anything, that. Okay, keep going. Pardon me. Can you give me 1 second? Just 1 second. Okay, we're all good. Got a thing happening. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. I'm the canary for the soap in the microwave. What's funny, I'm laughing because I have been using for the last 3 months a little piece of soap, decorative soap, that was shaped like a duck. And it was little yellow bird made of soap. And you're like, immediately I'm like, I could have put that in the microwave. No, that would have been a bad idea. See, that's the whole thing. I could have had canary soap in the microwave. So next line here, for we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. This is something you really, 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 really got to figure out. This one here. We do not wrestle against flesh and blood. Post a picture. Oh, it's gone, man. I used it up. That's why I look so pretty. That section there, this line here, for do not wrestle against flesh and blood, is something that you need to remember. If you're a believer, if you're willing to believe that there's a spiritual realm, you need to put that into your mind a lot. When, for example, I come upstairs, clean your quack with your duck soap. I'm not answering that, Zach. Personal information, thank you. Needs a tattoo of a canary with a cross in it. Maybe a canary as a cross as a tattoo. Oh, there you go. Yeah. That's the first time I've used that illustration, but I kind of like it. This present darkness, it does. I've read it. It's very dramatic, shall we say. I wouldn't say it's theologically correct, but it is very dramatic. But I will say, so do not wrestle against flesh and blood. I know when I go upstairs and people are grumpy, people are angry, people are sad, people are in need of comfort, or I'm on edge and I'm more grumpy than usual, or I'm more needy or more fearful than usual, that I go upstairs and the excuse is, you guys should be nicer to me. You guys should be kinder to me. You guys should understand what I'm going through. Or hey, why do you get to act like that? Nobody should act like that. You're being selfish. If I keep in my mind that we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, there's a spiritual reality in my home. It allows me to look at that person with a lot more compassion, a lot more empathy, a lot less, why are you doing this to me? And a lot more, oh, something's happening to you. How can I help? It allows me to pray for that person and go, something's happening in their heart, their mind, their soul, their stuff's going on, God, and you're one of the answers to that equation. I can't just say, go drink water, go have a nap, go wash your face, have you taken a shower? When's the last time you had any kind of food? That kind of thing. That's part of it, but it's also, they could be under some serious spiritual attack right now. So factor that in. If you aren't willing to do that when you're fighting with your spouse and fighting with your kid and things are going sideways at work, and you are, one of the things I try to remember, and this is a big one, and it's really hard to do. Hey, Meredith. What was really hard to do, and that's the words of Jesus on the cross when he looked out and he said, forgive them, Father, they know not what they do. They don't know what they're doing. There are times in my life where people have been so terrible to me that those words were of great comfort, because they were allowed me to say in my mind, the reason that they're saying that is because they believe lies. The reason they're doing that is because they're being told lies. The reason they're hurting me in that way is because the enemy has gotten into their head and they're believing him. And so therefore my fight isn't against that person who's making my life just the worst. My battle is against the spiritual reality, the lies, the liar, tempter, which brings comfort and allows me to go, they don't know what they're doing. They are lied to, and they're believing the lie. So therefore, in their belief of this lie, they're carrying it forward as though that was the right thing to do. Right? Churches are a great example of that. I have plenty of churches people who had believed lies about me and went crazy on me, but ended up being proved wrong. Right? I remember one church, they beat the tar out of me for quite a while. And then 3 years later, I get an email from the guy who was the board chair at the time, and he's like, I've been thinking about you a little bit lately, and yeah, we were wrong. I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on in your life, buddy, but yep, that's true. It's but they believed lies. Good cross reference is 2 Corinthians 10:3-5. For though we walk in the flesh, we are not waging war against the flesh, for the weapons of our warfare are not the flesh, but the divine power to destroy strongholds. We destroy arguments and every lofty opinion raised against the knowledge of God, and take every thought captive to obey Christ. Absolutely, great cross reference. You're dead on. Spiritual warfare affects the mind. Believe the truth. Take every thought captive. Is this true? For sure. That's what we can do as mature people, so that we don't get caught in the lies. It says, therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, having done all to stand firm. Stand therefore, having fastened on the belt of truth, and having put on the breastplate of righteousness, And as your shoes for your feet, having put on the readiness given by the gospel of peace. In all circumstances, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one, and take up the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, praying at all times in the Spirit with all prayer and supplication. I'm sure you've heard sermons on this before. May as well just go through it a little bit. Take up the whole armor of God, the old don't forget stuff. Put it all on. The belt of truth. The belt of truth, as a preacher, as a teacher, as someone who who really likes truth, the canary, we're all gonna die, the message for me is that this is the one that holds it all together, and that you need to remember the truth. You need to know the truth. Later, here's something we're gonna say later, and that is where to go. Response, right? Prayer is a defense. Daily engagement with the truth, right? If you don't know the truth, I'll read it here. Spiritual and emotional attacks often manifest in our thoughts. By anchoring our minds in Scripture, we can resist lies and discouragement and instead cling to the truth of God's promises. Memorizing key Bible verses equips the believers to reclaim their identity in Christ in moments of spiritual attack. Scripture can act as a weapon against the enemy, and having specific verses ready at times of fear, temptation, or doubt helps us respond and shut them down in real time. That, to me anyway, is what the belt of truth is. It's knowing the truth. So, examples, right? I say this a lot. I think I've said it for 4 straight years, but it's true. Cognitive behavioral therapy, right? Essentially, it's changing your thinking through reprocessing the truth so that your behavior changes. You freak out a lot? Why do I freak out a lot? What am I thinking when I freak out a lot? How can I stop it before I freak out a lot? Okay, the thinking is probably what needs to change. So what am I thinking about? Well, I'm catastrophizing. This person said one thing, I'm catastrophizing. Well, we're all gonna die and everything's gonna go to hell and we're all gonna lose money. We'll be out of the house and no, no, actually, that's not true, right? Or the person hates me now. This person's never gonna talk to me again. I'm alone, catastrophizing, right? That idea of just taking it, that's all lies. The truth is, the situation's isolated. There's probably more to it than I know. I can talk to this person and find out what's going on. Or we're not going to be homeless in a month. The truth is we have enough. If you don't know the truth, you'd be caught with your pants down. That's a good one. Yeah, and Donnie's right. Short. We'll get there. But you need to make sure that you understand the truth of yourself, who you are according to God, the truth of the past. What do I know about this person? What do I know about the situation? What do I know about this area? I'm going to keep the truth, because it could be the other way, right? You really, really, really want to believe that so-and-so has changed, and you really, 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 feel like maybe you should have them in your home, but you're looking around and there's no evidence of it. You could be lying to yourself and get yourself in trouble and everybody else because you've decided to have the blinders on and let that person back into your life, right? That's also can be part of the lie. You gotta know the truth, and you gotta make sure that you understand the truth. And if you don't know the truth, that's where the Scripture and counseling and having friends that'll tell you like it is, that's where that you need that. Breastplate of righteousness. This is also a really good one, and that basically, obviously, but it's really good to remember that your character is going to save your bacon a lot. How you live your life is going to affect how much ammunition the enemy has. So if you're not going to bad places on the internet, or you're not harboring resentment and anger and all the rest of that stuff, if you're not filling yourself up with pride, arrogance, whatever, if you're not compromising, if you're not secretly lying, if you're not cheating on stuff, like all those things, if you have righteousness and you go, I'm going to live right, even if it's hard, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be forthright, I'm going to pay what I'm supposed to pay, I'm going to tell the full truth, not just part of it, it gives the enemy less to work with, right? So if you're always feeling guilty and shameful and anxious and all the rest of that stuff, because you have all these different little tiny footholds in your life that the enemy could push on any time, yeah, you're going to be panicking and really miserable. But if you try to live the best you can in with righteousness and with being holy and living in a good way, then he's not going to have a lot of ammunition to work with. So therefore, the breastplate, the thing that protects your heart and protects your most of your vital organs, is going to be you being good. And if you aren't good, if you have lies, if you are a liar, a cheat, if you are someone who is consistently feeding their appetites and not actually practicing self-control, if you're always living in that realm of guilt, you're going to feel miserable. And the enemy is going to have a lot to work with to make you feel miserabler. So repent. Go tell on yourself. Go tell on yourself. I took this, I shouldn't have. I said this, I shouldn't have. I believe this, and I know it's not true. I manipulated this situation. I shouldn't have. I have this, and I took it, and I shouldn't have it. Whatever it is, go tell on yourself. Take the ammunition away from the enemy so he can't use it against you, right? It'd be like you have an ammunition depot in your whatever, and you just go blow the snot out of it. Now nobody can shoot you. Why? Because there's no more bullets. Just the way it is. As the shoes are your feet, the readiness of given by the gospel of peace. Hey, how's your hubby today, Star Pony? Live at peace with as many people as you can because of the gospel. You know what the gospel is? You are saved even though you don't deserve it by someone who took you, today, by someone who took the punishment that you deserved and is letting you live eternal life with him even though you don't deserve it. All that, he made peace. Jesus is our peacemaker. He's our mediator. He's the one that did whatever was necessary so that we would be able to be at peace with God. Do whatever is necessary to be at peace with other people. As much as you can. As much as is possible with you, be at peace with everybody. Because again, it takes away the opportunity for the enemy to do things through other people. If you live at peace with people, if you're a peacemaker, then you're going to have a lot less. Oh, that's good. I'm glad, Blazin. If you're going to have, if you're at war with everybody around you, if you're being miserable with everybody around you, if this person doesn't like me and that person doesn't like me, and you're leaving just a wake of negative relationships that you haven't dealt with, and that people that you've offended or have offended you and you haven't forgiven and you haven't asked forgiveness and you've got debts with and you got all kinds of stuff going on. As you have all that, you are not at peace. And that stuff's going to come back and bite you in the butt. So be at peace with them. Make peace. Reconcile. Or at least ask forgiveness and seal that off. Grant forgiveness and, okay, it's done. And then when the enemy comes in and is like, that person did something a while ago, you go, I already forgave them. Sorry, that's not a weapon in your arsenal. Right? Or, boy, that person's probably still mad at you. No, they said they forgive me and I'm going to believe him because I've decided to believe that. Or this is a problem. You go, okay, I know it's a problem, but you know what? I've already told them. And we've already worked through it. So, neener, enemy. Trouble going to sleep at night. But I got people coming over today, yay. So I'm trying to finish cleaning up. Nice. I'm glad your husband's doing better. Sometimes those days can be really, really rough and you just kind of ride it out. Right? You just ride it out. Oh, today sucks. I'll try again tomorrow. That's a valid response sometimes. But yeah, this is the truth takes away the bullets of the enemy. Breastplate of righteousness takes away the bullets of the enemy. The gospel of peace, making peace with people because God made peace with you, takes away the ammunition of the enemy. Donnie says, quick question. Manager texted me. Someone called into work, asked me if I wanted to get like 5 more hours starting at 4 p.m. Said I didn't have to come in. I don't feel good. I would have to walk and I've gotten like 2 hours of sleep. Should I bite the bullet and do it? Well, you're sick. Like you're actively sick, my dude. So therefore, you have to factor in how sick are you. If it's like, I'm miserable, but I can do stuff. I've already been doing stuff, and I can make it through. And you need the money, and you've got nothing else than your no commitments. To go nuts, man. But it sounds like you're not in a good condition, right? If you've got 2 hours sleep and you have a cold and your immune system sucks, nobody wants you to go sneeze all over them either. So that'd be bad, right? So don't do that. I don't think you can. Yeah, and since it's optional, say no. Yeah, that's my opinion, right? Nobody wants you in there being sick and miserable and then coming home and getting worse. And stay home, drink orange juice, and say thanks, but no thanks. In all circumstances, take up a shield of faith. We talked about this a little bit earlier, so I'm not gonna belabor it. But essentially, it's what does God actually believe about you, and what did God actually say? That's a big one. Like at the very beginning of time, the first thing was, did God actually say that? And then got a big discussion going with Eve, and that led us to some problems. But the idea of shield of faith, what did God actually say? What are his actual promises? And does he follow through in his promises? So if you know what he promised, I will be there. I will grant you wisdom. I will give you an escape. I will, if you resist the devil, he will flee from you. If you ask repentance, you are forgiven. Or if you ask forgiveness, you are forgiven. That's just the way it is. No matter what the enemy says, I need to repent more. No, you don't. You did. You ask forgiveness, it's over. What did God say? That if you ask forgiveness, he is faithful, he is just, and he will forgive you. Boom. Right? It's the question, what did God say? Can you believe it? Then live in that. That's the shield of faith. And when the darts of the enemy come in, all those attacks, God hates you, you're not forgiven, you're never going to be able to amount to anything, God can't use you, your end of your life is going to be a waste of space, you have no friends, you have no purpose, all that stuff. It's all that stuff goes away. I know God did give me a purpose and a hope and a future. Yes, I do have people in my life. Yes, the body of Christ loves me. Yes, I do have an ability to serve. Yes, I am forgiven because God said so. Yes, Jesus' blood is enough to forgive me, and I don't need anything else on top of it. Right? All those things, it takes away, all those things go away because you understand God's promises. Fair enough. She did say take some medicine and get some sleep. But if you feel better, that's good. That's a good boss. that's the right thing. It's what you want. Like, I need you to come to work, but I don't want you to die. So also that's good. Good boss. Send a selfie of you being just miserable. Just blah. This is what I look like. You want to look at this for the next 5 hours? Helmet of salvation. It's what guards your mind is the knowledge of your salvation, right? Are you saved? Yes. The enemy's going to do everything in their power to tell you you're not saved. I should be studying theory. It's for material science, and go for it, man. Do it. Yeah, just full on, just like foam on the mouth and like eyes and snot coming out. That can be your answer. No need for a text. Just send that picture. Man, go study. We need material science engineers. Yeah. The enemy's going to fight you tooth and nail to tell you that you're not saved. You need to know if you're saved or not. And if you are, just say, nope, I am. Back off. Sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. We talked about this already. I'm not going to belabor it again. And that is know your Bible, because the Bible is full of truth. And when the enemy comes and says blah, 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 you can go, actually, no, God said this. So get lost. And then prayer. We'll talk about prayer in a minute, but it is, you don't just need to study your Bible. You also need to connect to God relationally. And that's what prayer does. Supplication, that word supplication means ask God for stuff. Right? So pray all the time. in spirit, which basically means that you are doing it in a way that you know that you're saved and you're connected to God, and you've asked the Holy Spirit to communicate to and through you and whatnot. Like, you're connected to God with all prayer and supplication. Feel free to ask God for what you need. That's what that means. Don't skip any of those steps. In theory, he's doing a lot of heavy lifting here. I've been in engineering. Do it in practice. I should, in theory, be studying for my midterm. Yeah, we need you. Go learn how to be a scientist. Okay, so let me just keep reading here. The role of the faith community. It says, spiritual warfare can feel isolating, but God didn't intend for us to face these battles alone. In the Screwtape Letters, C.S. Lewis gives us a compelling portrayal of the subtle tactics of temptation and the power of shared struggles. In one passage, Screwtape encourages Wormwood to isolate believers, knowing that without the support of their faith community, they would become more vulnerable to temptation and despair. Lewis underscores that spiritual isolation allows destructive thoughts to fester unchallenged. Right? If you have not read the Screwtape Letters, I highly recommend it. Not just because it's super creative and really interesting, but it is also, it's chock full of just wisdom, backwards wisdom for how the enemy seems to work. Right? And it's very, very, very subtle. And C.S. Lewis it brings us through the subtleties of how the enemy works. It's not always really obvious. He drops out of engineering school after studying a lot of in theory. Funny. John Piper in Desiring God emphasizes that believers are strengthened against spiritual attack when surrounded by a faith-guarding community. He writes, God intends that the truth of his word will be a communal possession. Yo! Thank you! Kit says, yeah, certainly a fun thing. At least it's pretty hands-on. Nice. Queens, we do have a lot of design teams and stuff. Everyone does. You need both. I'm not anti-theory. Heck, half the stuff I do doesn't have practice. I just say things and hope it works out. I am theory. I'm the canary. I'm in the cage yelling at people. I don't get to do much. I just canary as hard as I can. So yeah, it's, but I'm glad to get some practical. I appreciate that, Zach. Thanks so much. God intends that the truth of his word will be a communal possession. The value of accountability partners, mentors, and pastors who can pray, provide wisdom, and keep us grounded in truth can't be overstated. I'm going to just park there, and I'll say the obvious thing, because sometimes you got to say the obvious thing, and that is you need a faith community, and you're not the exception. You're not a Christian who is suddenly like, no, I just don't have one around, and so therefore I don't have to go to church, or all the churches in my area are dumb, and so therefore I just get to do it myself, or the Bible says it can just be me and God, and that's okay. No. Fight in the chat. Go. You're not the exception. You need a faith community. You need people around. You need people to pray for you. You need to confess your sin. You need to tell people what's going on in your life. You need people to pray for you. You need people to visit you. You need it. You're not the exception. So if you don't have one and you're feeling crappy, probably because you need one. What would be worse is if you didn't feel crappy. If you felt so vindicated in your isolation that nothing's going to change your mind. It means your heart is really hard, right? We at Taco, one of the things that we do is we create community. I believe that our Discord is exceptional, and I believe that the people who are part of it, and the Taco team members, and the people that are part of the board and whatnot, are exceptional. We worked hard to build a community. Same with the streams that I do. I want to be your community. I want to help. You need it. So engage with it. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You need to engage with your community. Whatever one. It doesn't have to be mine. It doesn't have to be Taco. But whatever one you've chosen, engage with it. That's why I gave Citizen the gears earlier. Right? I can't go to small group. They do small groups different than I want them to do. Tough titty. Go do them anyway. The way that they want you to do it, because you need it. right? It's not going to be perfect. No group is perfect, but you need to go do it anyway. I run into so many brothers who say that they don't go to church because they don't trust churches. I used to be like that. My life sucked. Then I joined a church. My life is way better. It's not that they don't trust churches. I don't think that's what it is. Honestly, that might be what they say. It's that they were hurt. If they said it out, they'd be like, I went to a church and it hurt me, or it hurt someone I loved. And the second one would be, I go to church and they say things that I don't want to hear. Right? And the first one, where they're hurt or someone they loved is hurt, that's hard to get over. Except to be able to say, you know what? Not every church is like that. Not every church is like that. There are nice people out there. It'd be like if your first relationship was abusive and you're like, well, from now on, I will never, ever have another relationship with anybody ever because everybody's bad. No, just that one was bad. There are nice people out there. And the second one, being they say things you don't want to hear. You're going to get that in every church. Every good church is going to tell you things you don't want to hear because sometimes you're wrong. This is how it is. The cost of not being part of a faith community is far greater. It means you're going to live a lie and you won't know. It means you're going to live distant from God and God's people. It means you're not going to know what your purpose is. It means you're not serving in the community God told you to serve. It means that like the 47 one another's that you were commanded to do in the Bible, you aren't doing, which means you're disobedient. It means that there's no one to correct you when you're wrong, so you're going to believe lies. It means that the Spirit isn't going to be able to speak through someone and go, here's new information you don't know, because you only look at the information that you want to know and that you go look up. So you're never going to hear new stuff, only your own stupid brain over and over and over. Like, it's dangerous out there, man. It's dangerous out there. You need a community. There's no lone wolves in Christianity. The abusive relationship argument? Can you tell me what that is? I have two. One in my old church back in the USA, so I get the message, and here I show up to be part of it. Yeah, I'm glad you're here, man, and I'm glad you've got another one that's cool too. That's good, man. Get more. More is better than less. Just my only worry, and then the wolf comes into chat. Yeah, my only worry is that people like to dip their toes in a lot of communities and never actually go deep, and they feel like they're being spiritual and they're being obedient. But what they're doing is they're just trying to feel spiritual and feel the sense of community, but not actually engage with the community because they never go deep. They never get honest. They never confess their sin. They never pray for anything other than other people, right? You go to a prayer meeting and everybody's praying for everybody except the people at the prayer meeting. There's something wrong with the prayer meeting, right? Unless we're going to pray for missionaries, but you know what I mean? Is that if everybody's like, okay, does anybody have any prayer requests? Yes. About everybody but me. It means that the group is not connected. They're not deep. They don't trust each other. It means that there's probably gossips in the church, or there are people that slander, or something's going sideways, because a prayer group, a real prayer group, when you meet together, you go, holy moly, do I ever need prayer for this, and this? Because that's really serious stuff in my life. Because everybody has it. And if nobody ever says that, that's a problem. And if you never get to say it, you're never going to get better. Hi, Shadow. I'm going to sit down. Just give me a minute. It's hard to be old, man. I'm super old. Like ancient, man. Swag says, like you were saying, he just said he was abused in church over and over, so it would be stupid to him to go to church since it's like staying in an abusive relationship. Well, it would be like going back to the same person who abused you, if, but there are other fish in the sea, as they say. But also, I'd like to know the definition of abuse. What does that mean to them? Because yes, there are some bad churches out there, and yes, there are some bad pastors who are doing horrible, horrible stuff to people. And that's a small percentage, though. There are some bad people out there, bad pastors. But sometimes the definition of abuse is they confronted me about stuff that I hold close, and I didn't like it. Yeah, it'd be like being in an abusive relationship and swearing off dating. All women are bad, or all men are bad, or all people are bad. I'm gonna just go live in a cave. That's not a good plan. Still learning the language, so hard to go deep within, but I hear about the prayers that are, and then we do pray for each other weekly. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, yeah, you got to work on the language thing is hard. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. Okay. Understanding the tactics of the enemy. Dr. Tim Clinton, president of the American Association of Christian Counselors, explains that spiritual warfare often takes the form that blends the spiritual and psychological challenges. He says, the enemy targets our identities, stirs our fears and shame, and whispers lies that align with our deepest insecurities. Right? There. How about yellow? That's the sentence I want to kind of grab onto. Be like never eating again because you got poison food. Yeah, that's a great one. Yep. The enemy targets our identities, who you are, who you really are, who God created you to be. Stirs fear and shame, catastrophizing, making you feel like you have no worth, that you should be alone, that you're not worthy of love, you're not worthy of being around other people. Fear, that's what Swag is talking about. I'm afraid they'll abuse me again. I'm afraid they'll confront me again. I'm afraid that I'm going to get hurt again. Therefore, I'm not going back there. So the enemy stirs up that fear. Every time they think about going to church, it's it targets your identity. You are perfect on your own. You don't need anybody else. You are so great and wise and intelligent and godly and super awesome that God has decided you're the only one who can be on their own, just you and him. You're great. And then stirs fear. Besides, if you went back to church, they would just hurt you anyway. All churches are bad. You should know that by now. Right? Meanwhile, there's guilt because they know that they've been told a million times, you should go to church, man. You should go to church, man. So they're like, man, if I go to church, I would have to admit I was wrong. And I would just, like, there'd be so many people who are like up my nose about it. So therefore, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to be embarrassed in that way. So I got to double down every time somebody says it. And whispers lies that align with our deepest insecurities. And the insecurity of whatever it is, they're gonna poke that bruise. I don't want that bruise poked. That's what everybody goes through. There's a reason that you need to be so sure of who you are. Trust God in the area of fear, right? Have confidence in him. Get rid of the guilt and shame through forgiveness. Listen to truth and lean on your identity in Christ. I don't want to air this stuff, but in my opinion, Donnie said, the enemy, you're not good enough. You'll never be good enough. Me, I know that. That's kind of the whole point. Yes, exactly. So get thee behind me. Well, that's it, right? Yep, you're right. I'm going to need God more. Fair point. I don't want to air his stuff, but in my opinion, he's living an unrepentant sin and doesn't want to be wrong. So he calls it spiritual abuse whenever he's told he's wrong. I get his pain, but he digs his heels in. Yeah, a lot of people utilize those words just so that they don't have to be confronted by a preacher or a friend or a Christian or whatever. Yeah, it's true. Gosh, there was someone on NTB who had this view, and I wanted to so badly say all of this, but it's got to be said in love. Yeah, some people, and it may not be able to be said by you. Might need someone else. Recognizing these tactics helps believers respond to the feelings of inadequacy or despair by countering lies with biblical truth and seeking help when mental health is affected. Right? I'm a Christian. I have mental health issues. It's just the way it is. Everybody doesn't have to deal with that. I do. Some people do. Mine were given to me. They were handed to me by abuse, and so therefore I didn't have them before that, and then now I do. And some people grew up with them, and that's part of it. It's factored in, right? It's factored in. Mental health. You're an intellectual truth, so that means your intellect is a little screwy, and your thinking pattern's a little off. You're emotionally, mental health, your emotions are a little wackadoo, right? You got BPD, or you got bipolar, or you got, pick depression or whatever, and it's factored in. It's not everything, but it's factored in, and you have to. Part of truth is factoring in the understanding of mental health. They said, all right, everyone, it's been great here, but I got to go get some things done around the shop. Nice. Have a good one. I finally messaged you back. All right, dude. I appreciate it, man. Have a good one. Be safe. Appreciate it. Practical responses for daily life. We're going to get through this together, whether we like it or not. Spiritual warfare requires daily commitment to armor up. Here are some practical responses backed by spiritual and psychological insights. Number 1, prayer as defense. Prayer is both our defense and active means of communicating with God. Daily prayer aligns us with God's truth, clears our mind, and strengthens us in spiritual battles. I don't know if you've ever heard this, that you should pray more, but you should. Because it is the way that you contact God and you stay connected with God. It's not a magic thing. It's not like you're saying the magic words and then everything gets better. You're not conjuring God's good luck. What you're doing is you are connecting yourself to the source of truth, right? You're connecting yourself to the source of strength. You're connecting yourself to the source of wisdom, and it allows you to unburden yourself before someone who loves you and can take care of you. It's an important part of Christianity, and many of us don't do it enough. And part of it is because we don't know how. So Samus put together a class. Go to her page or in the Discord. Go look at her class on how to pray. Super basic stuff, if you're curious. But the other way you can do this is you find other prayers, and you just pray those and stick in your words instead. The greatest example is the Lord's Prayer, right? You go, "Our Father who art in heaven." Okay, so what am I going to say? Well, he's my dad, and he's in heaven. I can't wait to go there. You are above all things, so that's great that you are higher than everything, because I feel like I'm stuck in the muck. It's nice to know somebody's out there. Who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I worship you. You are good. You are, you can work your way through. There's lots of different prayers to do. You can't have a relationship, let alone build one, if you never communicate. Communication, absolutely. Not praying is like living with someone and never talking to them about your day or saying how much you appreciate them. Partly, yeah. Yeah, but it's also like living life without food. It's believing that the stuff in this world is going to fulfill you and is going to give you what is necessary to be able to accomplish what you need to do. You know what I mean? It's imagine there was somebody who was in the world and wanted to get things done, believed with all his heart or her heart that they had a mission and a purpose in life, and that they had, but when they go, the only thing they ever do is eat candy bars and energy drinks and donuts, and that's it, right? And then the occasional dip into, booze. And then you look at them and you're like, you look really sick, and you're barely holding it together, and everything's a little off. You're something sideways there. What's going on? Like, why aren't you able to accomplish the goals? Why do you keep falling for tricks? Why do you keep stopping in the middle of something so you can go because you're so crack addicted to sugar? Why don't you have emotional regulation properly? Oh, because you're addicted to alcohol. Why? What you need is food. You should go food and stop doing, to me, that's very similar to what living as a Christian without prayer is. You're just walking through this life hoping that it's going to give you what is necessary, give you the important thing, the most important thing in your life, going to be able to feed you spiritually. But the truth is you're just ingesting the bare minimum of junk food to get you through the day. And you get through the day and you're like, man, I still feel pretty cruddy, but at least I made it through. Yeah, because you didn't spiritually eat today. You're starving. You're starving to death spiritually. Ate an apple today? Try not to go to the store to buy junk. That's rough when you're by yourself. Yep. That's rough when you're by yourself. Number 2, daily engagement with the truth. We already covered this. Read your Bible and study it. Read and study. And do it in groups, you know? Engage with the faith community. We already talked about that. You need to be together with other Christians. Number 4, respond by ignoring. This is one we didn't talk about. Let it go, run away. You know the famous story of Joseph, you know, where he's in Potiphar's wife's bedroom and she throws himself and he's just like, nope, and then he runs away. Sometimes that's what we can do spiritually. The enemy throws something in our face and we're just like, I'm not dealing with that. And you just don't. You just let it go. Let it slide off your back. And like, you don't have to fight it and argue it and study it and whatnot. You just, nope, that's not true. Moving on. Martin Luther said, you cannot keep the birds from flying over your head, but you can keep them from building nests in your hair. Basically, that comes down to, like, the world is going to be full of stuff that is going to be hard and difficult and miserable, but and there are going to be a lot of things that you're going to want to do and whatnot, but you don't have to. You can just choose to let it go. Somebody ticks you off, and let it go. You don't have to make a deal out of it. Let it go. Letting it go is a big part of maturity, by the way. And then the last one here is sharing personal stories. I'd love to hear from you guys. Sharing how you personally felt spiritual struggles that helps create transparency and shows others that these battles are part of the faith journey. Invite others to reflect on their own experiences with spiritual warfare, either in community discussions or private conversations with accountability partners. Encourage them to ask questions like, where do I see consistent temptations? In what areas do I feel discouraged most often? So that this is the part where you guys can share. So why don't we just take a sec? I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go upstairs and maybe have a piece of toast or two. And you guys can kind of give a little thought to ways that you have faced temptation or you're currently facing temptation, ways that you face discouragement, ways that you feel like the enemy is up your nose, or we'd love to hear stories where, you know, victory, where God protected you, where things were going to go sideways and they didn't. I'd love to hear that. Pineapple says, I lived alone. Being motivated to cook for yourself is hard, but I cracked that one. Yeah, you did. I think of it as a time taking care of my needs rather than a chore. So like I'm doing a jacked potato and warming up some stew. Lovely. I'm glad you figured that out. I don't think I'd be able to do that. I've never lived on my own. I went from mom to wife. Okay, I'll be back real soon. Talk amongst yourselves. Exclamation point. Web and exclamation point. Do a thing to. And then say, who should I pick? Do a thing to Donnie. Exclamation point. Do a thing to. And then put in Donnie Dreams. See what happens. hello. Sorry about that. I came back and I'm like, I usually put headphones on, and then I didn't, and now I don't know what I'm supposed to do with myself. Yeah. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Hold on. This one. This is what we were doing. I don't know if you still want to do it. It's I'm gonna do a quick poll just to see what you guys are cool with. You defeated yourself with a Zamboni? Oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna start a poll. So the poll is, do you want to keep going? We got one more thing we can talk about, and that is the struggle with motivation and moving from ideas to action. That's the second thing, but we just did 2 straight hours of talking about spiritual stuff, and I know that sometimes it's good if you want to keep going, and if you don't want to keep going and we want to jump back into animal, well, we can do that too. It's up to you. I don't know how to react to that. That's funny. I made myself a sandwich. I haven't had a bologna sandwich in so long. Man. Bologna's not great. I think I've been spoiled by actual meat. Did you? That's just, I have to chew. Only 2 people voted. Interesting. I guess everybody else is lurking. That's cool. All right. Well, the chat has spoken. You had your chance. Bologna is just large, flat hot dogs. I know. But it feels like it's missing ingredients. It's like there's not enough flavor. I mean, I added mustard. I don't know what they want from me. It's name brand bologna, for what it's worth. It is name brand bologna. We are going to do one more thing before we jump into the serious stuff, though. Oh man, that's tasty. So we're gonna update the update from Canva. The Rogue Energy. Where is it? My brain is just completely fried. Maybe we shouldn't do anything. There it is. The Rogue tier list. That's what we're gonna do. Before we do anything, I'm gonna update the Rogue tier list. Because I've just had 2. I just had 2 more that I've never had before. This one here is currently Radiant Rush. And it's really good. So Radiant Rush, that's either A or S tier. I'm gonna put it in A tier, not because it's not, but Fruit Punch is next level. It's like really, really, really good. I thought bologna meant something dumb. Is there a brand of? Well, no, there's not a brand of. I mean, there's lots of brands that make bologna, but bologna is just, yeah, it's like it's a big flat hot dog. That's exactly what it is. Bologna, cheese, bread, butter pickles. Oh, bread and butter pickles. That would be good. I should buy some of those for, we're having bologna sandwiches for dinner tonight. So I should probably buy that. Sea salted ruffles, caramelized onion dip. Bro! That sounds awesome. There you go. Ransom's got the etymology. Rock and roll. All right, I'm putting Rogue Radiant Rush on A tier. It's so good. It tastes like Tang, but with extra. Yeah, it tastes like Tang with a little bit of cranberry in it, because the flavor itself is cranberry orange, so it's super yummy. Same meat, different form. Bolognese sausage. There you go. It's something. Now I need a bologna sandwich. Yours had good stuff on it. Mine is just mustard and bread. Yeah, it is. It's sugar free. It is, in fact, no sugar. and it's so good. I don't even taste the like they have some that have stevia and some that have the other one that starts with su or something. Anyway, so there's no more than 5 calories per, and it's I don't even taste the sweetener. It just tastes sweet to me. Well, shipping to Canada is a bunch, I'll tell you that. Oh, there's a new flavor. I didn't bother putting a new flavor in. Hold on a second here. Rogue, dragon, fruit, lemonade, image. There it is. Copy image. Paste image. What is that? Is not it. Just, love a duck. Give me paste. That's it. Dragon fruit lemonade. I've only had it once, so I didn't have it again today because I went and I had a Starbucks coffee. I used up the very last of my Starbucks card today. I just really wanted a caramel macchiato. You know what I mean? You ever get one of those I just need a caramel macchiato moments? I had one today. And I'm like, that was a good decision. But it also has a lot of caffeine, and therefore I don't want to have another big pile of caffeine like would come with Rogue, because that would be not good for me. Which duck? All the ducks.
Let's try it.
Any duck. I'll pick one. So this is an energy. So where do I put this one? It's fancy. I'm gonna put it on B tier. And I kind of feel bad doing that. And the only reason I feel a little bit bad doing it is because it's very good. Like it's quite tasty. Like it's by no means not a great flavor. It's actually really, really good. I can see someone making it their favorite flavor by far because it's just such a unique thing. But if I had to pick like blood orange, I always go, the way I always do this is, oh no, if it goes, okay, hold on. If Rocket Pop is up there, then it's going next to Rocket Pop because it's the same level of good as Rocket Pop. If I go by, would I buy it again? Would I put money into actually paying for it? And the answer is yes for these two. Definitely, if I'm going to order another one, yes for this 4. Grape, I will drink, but it's fine. It tastes like a great popsicle. It tastes exactly like a great popsicle. And then the other two I'm not a huge fan of. So yeah, that's where that goes. Cool, updated. Yeah, okay, sorry. I saw earlier, Girk, like 1,000 years ago, 2 hours ago, you said I have some news. I forgot to ask what it was. Well, dude, I can't help but adjust it. Tried to quit my job and they offered me more money and less hours. And how did you respond? I said today's my last day. And they were like, no, it's not. What do you need? Well, that must make you feel nice. And that's my, yeah, exactly. Samus's question is my same question. It's just, is it going to help? Because you said the issue was a commute. So, okay, well, let me ask you this. What did you tell them that you're going to do? Because the issue was you needed a better commute. You needed more time with your wife. The stress was kind of miserable. And you weren't making the money that you wanted to make or something. I can't remember the fourth thing, but it was. So what? Said I was quitting because my wife needed an extra day off work. And I would have to cut my hours. And they were just like, done. You can have a special schedule. Only got over. But do you have to still be up super early in the morning? Because that was actually messing with you. Can you go in a bit later?
Cheese.
It's raining tacos.
Radiant Rush is super good. I'd be up early to go to school anyway. So then let me ask you this. How do you feel about that? Because that could either be, I felt a sense of obligation to say yes because I had a sense of loyalty to the company and I was okay with it plus money. Or it could be, that worked out way better than I thought it would. and it actually solves a lot of my problems, and so I feel good about it. So where are you at with that? You know what? I'm gonna move that up in the world. That was really good. Where did I put it? That goes up. That is top tier. That is as good as fruit punch. And that's tasty. I like it a lot. Yum. I like the job. I like the people. Don't want to have to leave because then I would just be purposeless. I look like a deadbeat to my family. Well, I'm not sure that's true. Not if you actually do what you're supposed to do. If you are a deadbeat, then don't do that. But yeah, idle hands are definitely not good. Yo, how you doing there, Duck? Good to see you. We summoned the duck. Samus asked me a duck question, and suddenly there's a duck in the chat. Oh, the in-laws. Oh, your family. Oh, okay. Meh. They don't get an opinion. Oh, they can have an opinion. I don't care about it though, because it's my family, not theirs. It's my future, not theirs. My kids, not theirs. My wife, not theirs. My house, not theirs. So, eat my shorts. You want to talk behind my back? Go ahead. I don't care. But I hear you. I'm glad. So, are you just gonna try this for a month then? Yeah, I love a duck. It's something I say. I don't know why, and I don't know where it came from, but it is an expletive I have decided to include in my life. Money's night. I thought they closed out your student loans, or at least a good chunk of it. How far you got to go? Because you had 120K, and they forgave a bunch of it. You're just gonna try it for a month, see what happens. I think that's great. I'm glad that works out. Keeps you busy, not crazy. 250K? They pause federal indefinitely, but that's just private. Is it 250K? I'm a duck getting ready for school, and I'm fine tomorrow. Is the appointment far out? Yeah, you're still a little nervous about it, but it'll be fine. Don't worry, Miss Duck. It'll be fine. You walk in there, be all like, "Hey, thumbs up, good job. Keep up the good work. Keep walking. Keep beating on your bike." I think it'll be fine. You'll be fine. Come back, let us know how it went, but I think it'll be good. You've been taking care of yourself. Makes my like chump change. I don't know. That's a number I don't understand. I can't process what I would spend $250,000 on for education. I have a master's degree. It wasn't that. At a private university? Yeah, I went to a private university. Well, I went to a Christian university. So, but then that was 1,000 years ago, I guess. That's so much money. Holy moly. But hey, at least if you're able to pay it off, I guess. Holy crowley, that's a lot of money. That's a house, man. 250K would be my death count in some video games. Yeah, you and me both. I kept waddling on my wheel, waddle broke. Yeah, I kept waddling on my wheel, waddle broke bike. Yeah, there you go. See, you're doing a good girl. That's good. 68K, and I only have AA, AGS, and 4 computer certs that don't count. Right, and then they don't count. That sucks. 12 years. Woo! Woo! Man. Well, at least you got a plan. Unfortunately, you'll be paying it off for the rest of your life. What a scam. That's too much money for whatever they did. I don't know what education would be worth that much money. Or, you know, make it 25K. So, okay, well, then you should be able to pay it off quicker then. Good. Let's get rid of that then. Golly. Golly. Her degree was there. Okay, all right. I take it back. You're paying American, but you're also making American. So there you go. That's good. What are you doing in PE? Let me go to just chatting. I'm gonna minimize this. I've decided the vote didn't count because I don't want to talk about anything like that anymore. I'm tired. My brain's hurt. Well, far out, man. I think that's really cool. Get her paid and then keep going. Yeah. What's her degree in again? I'm trying to remember. I want to say it was library. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. But I thought it was something administrative or smarty pants organizing-ish. Kirk's month could cover my life for a year. Yeah, that's how much I make in a year too. Like according like actual income, I do get government help and whatnot. But yeah. Oh, clinical mental health. Okay, sorry. Oh, that's right, because you were talking about how you wanted to come home and talk to her, but she does that all day, and you don't want to dump on her. Okay, yeah, I remember that now. All right, far out. Oh, you want? Fine, banana, Hannah, mana. Had to have motivation. Fine, we'll do it. I'll do it. Fine. It'll be fine. It's fine. I don't mind. It's fine. 2 kids and like 6K going out just to loans for minimums. Oh, don't worry, man. I'd never begrudge anybody making money. What kind of banana republic is this? That's funny. Make your money. Make bank. As long as you're using it well, taking care of your family and taking care of your church, your neighborhood, you know, using it generously and wisely. Take as much as you need. So, maybe that's probably because you're budgeted. Yeah. People with a budget, man, you always feel like there's never enough. Ki-o-rahi. What's that? It's a ball sport played in New Zealand with a small round ball called a key. What does it look like? It looks like handball, except there's a bucket. All right, fire out. Handball with a bucket. Haven't been paid yet. We'll see how it goes when the paycheck comes in. That's funny. All right, let's talk about motivation. So we're talking about how to get motivated. When I went through the Discord, it's Wednesday. We're doing the Discord. On the Discord, one of the themes was there was a bunch of themes, and I kind of mushed them all together. They basically came down to how do I fix my schedule? How do I fix my priorities? How do I, make sure that I'm doing the right thing? How do I do content creation while at the same time trying to live life? How do I get motivated to do a resume? How do I get motivated to add more to it or fix it or whatever? Like all these things, right? Like it just basically was, I have a thing to do and I want to do it. How do I get those two things together? Well, and like you said, you found your reason, right? It's good. Hey, Zach. It's and I go there. I'm helping out. I'm enjoying it. My family thinks I'm useful. No, that's enough. Played it and hit the tapu, which is the blue bucket. You hit it. Well, I mean that's good. I was always goalie whenever I played a game like soccer. Because I never had to run. I'm not a runner. Believe it or not, I'm not a runner. And so I just got in the way of things. So I never got to score anything. All right, let's read it. Struggling with motivation and moving from ideas to action. Life struggles, including grief, sadness, trauma, and exhaustion, are real and valid. That's an important place to start. Is a lot of people who live in denial believe that if they just try harder, the problem is they're not trying hard enough, is what many people think. That if I just sucked it up, if I was just a better person, if I was just being less wimpy, if I was just, I could just get a better schedule, get a better to-do list. Right? It's me. I just need more coffee. I just need to, start working out. I just need, and not realizing that sometimes the issue is external, right? It's external. Life struggles, grief, sadness, trauma, exhaustion, all that stuff actually happens. Get better drugs. Yep, that's a good one. I just need better medication. It's the medication's fault, or if I just need whatever, just a million other things. It's not always that. Yes, there are people that are lazy, but more often than not, what I find is that people are sad or lonely, or their demotivation doesn't come from the fact that they're like, I don't want to do anything. It comes from the fact that they feel like nothing they do matters. So what's the point? Or that they want to please somebody with what they do, and that person either isn't around or can never be pleased. So the issue isn't internal, it's external. Grief, sadness, trauma, there's stuff going on, man, that happened to you, and that's why. You're tired because you were traumatized. That's why it's hard, right? Praise is a big motivator. Exactly. Sometimes you just want to do it because you want someone to give you an attaboy. And that's valid. I mean, God himself says, I'll give you an attaboy when you get here. So be good. It's a thing that motivates humans. Acknowledging these challenges aligns with our faith, as the Bible invites us to bring our burdens to God and reassures us that he's present in every hardship. Psalm 42:11. Why are you cast down, O my soul? Why are you in turmoil within me? Hope in God, for I shall again praise him, my salvation and my God. By expressing our needs and turning to trusted friends and faith community, we open ourselves to God's comfort and the encouragement of others. In other words, it's real, and there is a way through. Hello, Jesus loves you. Good to see you. There is a way through, right? Acknowledge the fact that it could be something that's going to take a little while, and that your sadness is real, your trauma is real, your grief is real, your exhaustion, tiredness is real, and that could be a spiritual component, etc., etc. Hey, what's the verse for there? Jesus loves you. One bitter tasting pastry roll, emotional and mental exhaustion. Yeah, right, eh? What? Can you give us some context as to why you're saying these things? Jesus loves you? You've never said anything in chat before, and now you're dropping verses. I just don't know where you're coming from. Finding motivation and turning ideas into action. Okay, when motivation is low, moving from idea to action can feel like a mountain to climb. Psychology research indicates that breaking down tasks into smaller, actionable steps can make them seem less overwhelming and increase the likelihood of success. Experts say that focusing on a small win helps release dopamine, a reward chemical in the brain that encourages us to keep going. Okay, so first things first, acknowledge. What are you doing? Jesus loves you. Why are you... Tell me the context for the verse. Why are you saying things? They're not applying to the conversation, so I just want to know what you're doing. I'm glad you're here, but tell us why you're sharing these things. So step one, acknowledge that the issue might be external, might be something you're going through, and it might take a little while. Number two, recognize there is a way through, right? That between you, God, and counselors and help and whatnot, there is a way through. That you're not stuck here forever. You're able to go, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm in a rough spot now, but I know there are things I can do to be able to get through this, and God's a big part of that. Obviously, temptations and all the things we talked about before, spiritual reality, factor that in. Being part of a community and all these things are going to help out. It could take a little while, but what are some ways that you can jump in and change things right away? That's like, where do you start? I want to be a loyal wife, and Jesus said he can do all things, and I want to make my love to my wife without singing. I want a wife, a loyal wife, and Jesus said he can do all things. I want to make love to my wife without singing. But your verse, Would you mind breaking that down a bit more, buddy? Just so I can understand a little bit more. What do you want? It sounds like you like. Where are you coming from? Are you asking for advice? Or are you asking for, like, is there a reason you? I just want to know what's going on. No issue. Just want to know what's going on with you and what we can do to help, or what we can do to talk about it. What gets me about psychology realm is that they have no standard for what a healthy mind is. It's all about coping and medication. How do you address an unhealthy mind without an idea of what a healthy mind is? You know what? Not that I don't think there is a healthy mind. Obviously, it's a complex thing, but like a healthy mind has the ability to self-regulate, self-motivate. You know, it has the ability to process truth and reality in a way that is like it actually was happening. You're not making stuff up. You know, there's things like that. But I kind of get what you're saying in that, you know, people are different. People who have learning disabilities are not mentally ill, or people who are more creative, or people who are more expressive, people who are more introverted. That's different, right? And so therefore, a normal brain doesn't mean you can go out and party with people. Maybe you're an introvert. That's okay, right? It's not wrong. It's just different. I think one of the things that frustrates me when it comes to the mental health and psychology stuff is how much where they stop. Like if you are in a real crisis, they don't seem to want to get you to healthy. They just want to get you to not killing yourself. That's it. That's the minimum requirement, right? What do we need to do to get this person so that they can go home and they will live? They can live miserable. They can live sad. They can live lonely. They can live self-destructive. They can live all kinds of horrible things. Not have no emotions, have no nothing. As long as they're at the place where they aren't suicidal, they feel like I feel like they get pat themselves on the back and call it good. We've done good mental health because that person didn't come back. We don't know what they did, and we don't know what their life is like. Then later, you're handed to a paid psychologist, paid psychiatrist, or whatever, and their mission doesn't seem to necessarily take you to health, but to get you to the place where you are less destructive. I just feel like they stop too early more often than not, is that they're not trying to get you to healthy. They're trying to get you to not destructive. And then they thumbs up and move on. Part of the reason there's a mental health crisis in North America, we don't have enough counselors. We don't have enough psychologists, psychiatrists. And so therefore people are falling off the wagon. Plus the epidemic of loneliness means they have no one to talk to. Plus the fact that, you know, addiction and divorce and families breaking up, all that stuff, everything is bad for mental health at this point. And so therefore that would make it really difficult, which is why they're in crisis mode. You know, well, we can't really get everybody to healthy because everybody's falling apart. We're trying to get them to not dead. Okay, fair, you know, because you're basically doing trauma, what do they call that? Triage on all of North America. I get it. But at the same time, that's not where we want to live. We want health. We want, Jesus called it an abundant life. You know what I mean? An abundant life. And that, it doesn't necessarily mean everything's going to be super awesome great. It does mean, though, that we get to see fruit, feel valuable, have experiences that we feel are eternally effective. Gabriel, are you content with being single and serving Jesus the rest of your life? That's a good start. That's what I meant, my girl. Right after I said yes to that. TNT, but used NLP techniques to help many people. Christian version? I don't know what that is. What's NLP? Increasingly, they encourage self-destructive behavior in the name of being yourself. I mean, that. I wouldn't say that's psychiatrists or psychologists. The thing about what you're talking about, Zacchaeus, that's often people who do pseudo psychology, teachers and whatnot, or don't know what they're talking about. If you go talk to an actual psychiatrist, counselor, or whatever, none of them will say, "Oh, you should totally smoke weed." None, 0%. Who will say that? The ones who are quacks and are going to be like, "Yeah, totally do that." But if they actually have been to school and they have looked at the literature, they understand stuff, they're not going to say, "Get addicted to drugs and destroy the motivational center of your brain." Nobody will say that because that's bad. You know, they won't do that. It's but there are a lot of people who will encourage destructive behavior. I agree, but I wouldn't say that they're the professionals. Banana says, my psychiatrist told me that depression literally shrinks the brain. The more depressed you become, the more connections the brain between the cells in your brain disappears. On the reverse side, the more work you do in not being depressed, the more those connections between the cells reappear, thus returning the cells to their normal size. You get the smooth brain. Yeah. One sec, Jesus loves you. Just trying to catch up in chat. Yeah, and it's the way you can say it this way is you can get used to thinking, you can get used to anything. Humans can get used to a lot of things, even really horrible stuff. And living depressed, you can get used to it. You can. It sucks. But if you put the work in, and if you're willing, and if people help you out, and you get connected to the right people and whatever, you can change. You can change your thinking, change your way of life, change how things work in your brain, change how you react to things. It is possible to change. But like you said, it takes a while. If you put the work in, you can change how you think. But once you are down in the dumps like that, sometimes it's really hard to change because it seems very normal and very comfortable even if you're feeling miserable. Jesus Loves You says, so I want to live my life making love to my wife. Well, you have to do other things too. And having to love Jesus through our relationship because God is love, and I want a beautiful wife inside and out because I'm beautiful inside and out. Well, I mean, sure. Inside is better. Outside is nice too, though. I want more than just making love with my wife, but I don't want to sin. I know it's possible. I've seen things and heard things that only Jesus can do, so I know it's possible to obtain what I'm asking for. I love Jesus, but I really, really, really need a wife. I understand, man. I can understand that. It's tough. You're not alone. There are a lot of dudes out there who really want to deal with their loneliness or their sexual temptation or their need to feel, manly or whatever it is. And they feel like the best thing in the world will be a wife. Samus's question from before is a good one, right? There was another one. Somebody said, I think Gabriel, right? Basically saying you got to get good with yourself before you're going to be able to be worthy of something like that, right? I'm heard it like that as well. Yeah, who wouldn't, right? So therefore, like when I look at what you've written, and I'm going to take it apart a little bit, right? I want to live my life making love to my wife. You said that 3 times. I want sex. I want sex. I want sex. Please, God, give me sex. If I could just have a woman so I can have sex, that'd be great. That is a terrible motivation to have a relationship. It will, there's no woman in the world who wants that, who wants to be seen that way, who wants the number one priority in their life to be having sex with their man. It's just not it. That's not what it's for. And if that's your main priority and that's what's going to happen, and that's what you're asking God for, you're going to get a no, right? Yeah, I know in the Bible it says that if you are burning with lust, then you should get married, right? I get that. But that doesn't mean that a woman's job is to make sure that she takes care of your physical stuff first. There's a lot more happening. So I would say that the way that you've described what you want seems to be very physical, not spiritual, not emotional, not, connective, and certainly not a priority for her. I don't see anything in here that says I want to serve my wife. I want to find a wife that I can take care of. I want to find a wife I can elevate. I want to find a wife I can serve like Jesus serves the church. I want to find a wife I can live for. I don't see that. What I see is somebody who wants something for themselves, by themselves. And honestly, when I see I want a beautiful wife inside and out because I'm beautiful, it strikes me as you want to show off. There's a sense of in yourself that you are, there's something going on inside of you that you wish you looked and sounded and felt better, and that if you had a pretty wonderful wife, it would make you look better. I don't want to sin. It probably means you are sinning right now, and you're using the excuse that the reason that you're doing porn is because God hasn't given you a wife yet. You got to get over that, because that's not how that works either. Why would he provide for you someone to help you if you are actively in sin? I'll tell you this, my dude. I know a guy. I know a wonderful couple. And he married a beautiful woman. Literally a model. Beautiful. And they were newlyweds. I talked to her later, and she said, we're not having sex at all. And I'm like, what? Like, you're newlyweds and you're both young, and I know that guy, wanted to, and he was just addicted to porn. And so he could look at this beautiful wife, this amazing, statuesque woman, and not be turned on at all, even though he loved her emotionally because of his porn. So God providing something to you, if you're in the midst of porn, you're just going to damage her, and it won't even solve the problem, because porn's giving you something that a woman can't. And remember, Jesus is going to provide what's best for you. So therefore, your idea of really, really need a wife, it could be that you don't need one right now, that you have other things in your life you need to deal with right now. And that if he gave you a wife right now, you would do damage. Oh, I'm just trying to take apart what you said, because you haven't shared much. Yeah, Conroy, man, that sucks. Schizo and gay stuff, gross. That sucks, Conroy. I'm sorry for that. Brain tumor. That's a battle, and I know you battle every day. I know, I've seen you, literally seen you fighting it. Yeah, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. That's true. Neurolinguistic programming. Okay. I'm catching up. Not a good foundation for a relationship with a woman or with God. Fair, yeah. Loving our wives as Christ loves the church. Yeah, and go look at how the church treats Jesus. That'll frame it for you. Go read the story of Gomer and Hosea. That's a real relationship that God ordained. You want that one? You okay with that? Yep. Golden rule. Sure. Banana says, I promise you, sex just adds to your problems. It creates a deep emotional bond that can create even more tension between you and your wife, make you act more out of emotion than rather than logically. I mean, it's yeah, I can see that, but at the same time, as in what you're saying is sex is very powerful, and it's not the solution to all things. You're right, but the absence of it is also an issue. So, but yeah, I see what you're saying. I completely disagree. What do you disagree with? What part did I say wrong? Because if you don't have an issue with lust, then that shouldn't be an issue. You wouldn't be asking for a wife and sex. If you didn't have an issue with pride, you wouldn't ask for a wife that was beautiful. If you didn't have an issue with selfishness, then you wouldn't only talk about things that she can do for you. So what part did I get wrong? Zach says, sure is. When I feel like my wife has wronged me in some way, thinking about Christ died for the church, even while we were still sinners, makes the responsibility of love a huge deal. Yeah, exactly. It does. And to remembering that she's human too. I think, and this is, maybe it's just me, but I think there's a lot of guys out there that forget their wife is human. That they have her on this pedestal that she can't live up to. And so therefore this fictional wife that they've created in their brain that looks like her, that isn't her, when she doesn't meet that fictional person that you've decided that your wife is, should be, can be, whatever, then you get upset with her for not matching that up. And the truth is she's not that, and she never will be, and she can't be, because that's not her. You've created a fictional person, right? You gotta be careful with that. Okay. To the side here. Here are some steps taking motivation feels out of reach. How do you get motivated? Small wins, big wins. Studies show that small daily accomplishments can provide the encouragement needed to keep moving forward. These small wins remind us that each step matters, building our confidence and reminding us of God's grace, even in the little things. What does that mean when it says small things? It literally means stuff like brushing your teeth, having a shower, cleaning your room, getting to work. Maybe you don't have a great day at work, but you got to work, staying there, making your lunch, doing, calling your friend, calling your mom, whatever, going to church on Sunday. Maybe you didn't serve. Maybe you didn't anything. You just showed up. Those small things add up. And the more you do the little things, right? Make your lunch every day, make your, get up at the same time and actually have something to do and all, et cetera, et cetera. That kind of stuff. It starts adding up in your brain, and you start to not feel like a loser. You start to not feel like you never do anything. You start to feel like you're like, you know what? I can handle some stuff, right? I fed myself all week long. And that might sound silly, but it only sounds silly to people who haven't dealt with a trauma or mental illness. Because sometimes getting in the shower is all you've got the energy for that day. It can be really, really rough. But if you're like, you know what, I showered every day this week, that's pretty good. Those small wins start to add up. And if you're able to string a bunch together over a long period of time, Jordan Peterson had a really good quote I saw in a short once, and he's talking about, maybe you can't change your whole life all at once, but what's one thing you can change that you need to change? That's the most obvious answer, right? I need to do this. That would help. Right? What's one small thing you can do? And if you could do one small thing and then do that consistently, and then add one more small thing and do that consistently, eventually, after a few years, you've turned your life around. You can't do it all at once. And anybody who tries to make the perfect plan and enact it all at once always fails. You have to do it incrementally. It's the only way that the human creature works. Number 2, break down tasks. Tackling a large task can be easier by breaking it into smaller, actionable parts. Same thing, but different, right? Mental health professionals recommend focusing on one single, manageable action, whether it's starting with 5 minutes of work or just writing down an outline. Over time, each small step adds up to real progress. What that means is, let's say it's the shower, right? Which is, for example, the task. What do I have to do? Well, I'm going to have to get in the shower, which means I'm going to have to take off my clothes, which means I'm going to have to put those in the laundry. And then I'm going to have to get into the shower and turn on the water. That's all I'm doing. Just need to go turn on the water. Even if I don't shampoo, even if I don't, clean myself, even if I don't, whatever, I just stand there under the hot water. That's where I'm going to get. And the thing is, when you get to that place and now you're standing and all you've done is gotten yourself in there and now you're wet. Suddenly you're like, you know what? I probably, since I'm here, I may as well shampoo. Those little tiny tasks it tricks your brain and it helps you. These small wins, like that's just a tinier version of the small win. By the end, you get out of the shower, like I showered today. But what you did is you did like 8 things to get there. Those little teeny tiny tasks, each one is you doing a good thing, right? You doing a good thing. Now may the hope of God fill you with joy and peace in believing, so that you'll be abundant in the hope and power of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Conroy. You didn't get here with one good bad decision. It took a series of bad decisions to get to that point. Yeah. Chico posted that has a huge house. Yeah, so what? Who? So what? Why does that matter? Sorry, I don't understand why that matters. It's still true. It's still a Bible verse, assuming it is. I don't know. I didn't look it up, but let's assume it is. But yeah, the breaking down of tasks, that's a big one. It's true for even like if you're going to work or you want to get something done. Like it said, I want to write a book. Okay, cool. What's the first thing? Well, let's break it down. Like, what do you need to write the book? Gotta go to school. Nah. What do you need? Well, I got a word processor. Cool. Let's fire up Google. Let's get to Google Docs. Let's get in there. Okay, now you're in Google Docs. What are you gonna do? Well, write something down. anything, an outline, a cool story. Go to a website that has like a brain. What do they call those? You know those things that get you started in writing that I can't remember the name of? Those. Go there. Start with that. Like little stuff. It's okay. And say you only get that. You open up Google, you put a title and it said, my book. And then you get to the, you know, here's an idea that I had. And then that's it. You're done. You're like, I don't know how to do that. I don't know. I walk away. Writing prompts. That's what I was thinking about. After that, you know, you can say, I started a book the other day. Like, don't get too detailed. Yeah, I started a book the other day. Still working through the plot, you know, and the rest of that stuff. But yeah, I started a book. And you did. You really did. You started it. It's a huge deal. Little stuff. Break down the tasks as best you can. Banana, taking a shower can be the hardest thing when you're depressed, but it's one of the most rewarding things. I often come out of a shower feeling like a brand new person. Oh, yeah. I completely agree. It feels like it's this monumental task because you're like, if I have to dry, especially if you're, you know, if you got long hair, I got to dry my hair. I got to, you know, dry off and you got to find a towel, blah, you know, but it really does help. I'm a big believer in having a shower. If you don't feel well, go have a shower. Man, it'll make you feel better. I took my last bite of my bologna sandwich. Sorry. I knew I was going to like that. I didn't think I was going to like it that much. It's really good. Radiant Rush is the name of that one. I started my mobile video game. Could be good. Okay, there you go. Fire out. Yeah, exactly. You just start. You started. That's what matters. You started. Say it takes you 2 years to finish. So what? You worked on a game for 2 years. Good for you. You did it in your spare time. Good for you. That's a good thing. Nothing wrong with that. Yes, please tell me what was on your bologna sandwich today so I have ideas for dinner tonight. I'm a very visual person, says this pineapple. I find if I write something down, I can remember it better and also break it down better. I do that at work. Write down what I need to do and cross it off as I go along. To-do lists work for a lot of people. I've never been much of a to-do list guy. I just don't think, for me anyway, they don't seem to work. I just look at them. I do Post-it notes and they just stay in a pile. And then one day I just I can't stand the pile anymore, so I do them all. It ends up being more arduous. What works for me is calendars. Doing the same thing at the same time every week, every day is what gets me through. And if I can't, if I can't do it at that time, it doesn't get done because I've got something else to come, you know. Bread, Kewpie mayo, slice of American cheese, Subway's sweetest onion teriyaki sauce. That's good stuff. Bologna, bread and butter pickles. I need to go get some bread and butter pickles for tonight. That's the key right there. I don't know what Kewpie mayo is, but bread and butter pickles are a good idea. I'll get those after I stream. Actually, I gotta go to the city and then I gotta do homework and okay. Everything got complicated about 3 hours ago. Think of the name Avoid. Ooh, you can make it a pun. Do make the lowercase a uppercase V. And then it looks cool. And then it looks like you're like, oh, avoid? But like also avoid. Whoa. And then people think you're clever. Richard normal mayo? Okay, fire out. Japanese mayo. Fire out. Never had it. I don't think I've ever had it. Probably have. I've been to eating Japanese things. Hello, Yelnick. Okay, next one. What is the next thing you can do? And this is going to come as an absolute surprise to everybody. If you've been on this channel for even 7 minutes, then you know this one was coming. That'll be the logo. There you go. It also changes the game. That was really dark. Hold on. Let's do a little bit lighter, shall we? How about this one? That's better. Engage a supportive community. Support from others can boost your motivation, especially during hard times. Faith communities, friends, or mentors can encourage us, hold us accountable, and remind us of God's goodness and promises. Galatians 6:2, bear one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. Have I mentioned you need to be part of a faith community? Has that come up ever? Probably once or twice. You need to do it. And let me add one more thing. Have the courage to be vulnerable. And it's really, really hard. But two things will happen. Three things will happen. One, you'll discover whether or not that group is for you. How they handle it. If they can't handle it, then that's not your group, right? And if they're like, they snap in, they're like, oh, hey, man, let's talk. That's a good group, right? Also, you will get it off your chest. It'll come out. All of a sudden, you feel better simply because you verbalized it. Big deal. Verbalizing is a big deal. Now you verbalized it. And what was the third thing? I had three. But the third one is gone. You can get advice. You can get people to help you. That's the one I think it is. Like you might actually get some help and solutions. Not that every group needs to solve your problems, but if you get it off your chest and these people are able to care for you and they're able to help you, and maybe they've got some help, practical help for you, problem solved. Think of the opposite of that though. You stay alone. The problem stays the same size because you don't know how to solve it, and you're not letting anybody in. You've Googled all the Googling you're ever going to Google, and it's not helping. You don't have anybody else praying for you, asking God, to intercede. You don't have people that are going to give you, that are going to look at you and go and validate your pain, validate your issue. Yeah, you should be upset about that. Or yeah, you should be hurt. Or yeah, you should be whatever. Or good thing, yeah, you should try that. You don't have anybody to validate what you're thinking or feeling, or invalidate it. Say you're thinking a bunch of lies. You need a group of people to go, hey, you're wrong, and that's dumb, and stop it. You need a people for that. So the trick is you got to be vulnerable. You have to set the bar. Otherwise, you're never going to get better. And community is hard. That's one of the reasons I keep streaming here. I believe very strongly that I get to be a place where people can be vulnerable, and we can talk about big subjects and talk about like really, really, really tough stuff. And I think it helps people. Even if you're hiding behind a username, right? Even if you're behind a username, nobody knows who you are. We can't find you. The fact that you had to type out whatever it is, right? Whatever it is meant that you are finally putting it into words, or maybe you putting it into words again. You've had to process that feeling so you can put them into words. And now you've engaged a community of, who knows, anywhere between 30 and 600 people, depending on how you want to, or 30 and 400 people, depending on how you want to count it, right? That's a good thing. Letting on phone lines. This man who currently has a good grasp on the corn addiction. Them tortillas are going to get you every time. That has brought nothing but emotional, mental, romantical, social, spiritual, devastational. I deem it too dangerous for myself and the wife God has selected for me to marry her one day. If such accords the Lord will do for me. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Sex is, and those kind of things, is very powerful, right? It's great, but it's powerful, very powerful. It's life-changing, brain-altering, literally brain-altering. After you've done it, your brain is not the same. You secrete chemicals that you didn't really secrete much before, and now you've done it in a way that you've managed to connect yourself intrinsically to another person. If you are looking at porn and you condition your body, Pavlovianly condition your body to only be able to achieve orgasm, we'll just use all the words, why not? Through your favorite fetish or your whatever site, your wife or husband, whichever one you're on, because women look at porn too, and for them is often reading, but it's also looking. If your partner can never achieve that, they can't be that to you. That person doesn't exist. also the fact that you're able to do it at such a high speed and such a high intensity, that also doesn't exist in the real world. It's like this analogy has been made before, but it's very much McDonald's, right? You go to the drive-through. I want this. By the time you get to the end of the row in the next window, they've got it for you and they hand it to you. If that's your life when it comes to intimacy, when it comes to connecting to emotionally to the opposite sex, when it comes to try to figure out, to deal with your lust or deal with your emotional dysregulation, then the first time you sit down in an actual restaurant where the waiter comes up, doesn't even show up for a little while. There's an illustration in there somewhere. The waiter doesn't even show up for a while. You're just kind of sitting there. You don't even get water. And then he comes over and he gives you water and then he leaves. And you're like, weren't you supposed to? Okay. And then you get the menu and you have to look at the menu. Now there's a million choices and none of them are the one that you are used to. And so now you're looking at the menu like, what am I even going to like? And what am I even going to do? And all I ever eat is McDonald's burgers and fries. So what if I eat, okay, fine. I'll order a steak. I want a steak. I've heard steaks are good. Let's do steak. Then all of a sudden the steak shows up. And after a long time, they have to cook it. They got to prepare it. It shows up, smells great. Everything's wonderful. And take a bite. You know what sucks now? You have to chew. That McDonald's burger slid down like it was coated in grease and you didn't even have to do nothing. It was like eating a cloud. And it was great. Now you're chewing and chewing and chewing and chewing. And it's work. And now your jaw is like, this is work. What the heck? And after that, you swallow and you only took one bite. And you're like, man, I can usually polish off a McDonald's burger in like 30 seconds. I'm gonna be here all night. And then you take another one, you take a bite, and then you're like, oh my goodness, there's also carrots. I don't even know what to do with a carrot. You're not gonna like it. You won't want to go to that restaurant. And everything about that place is better. But you don't know it. And you can't experience it. You can't enjoy it. And so if you marry the restaurant because you feel like, oh, all I need to do is connect myself to this restaurant and then suddenly I'm going to like it. Nope. All you're going to be doing is sneaking out for burgers. You're going to be headed to McDonald's. And you're not going to tell the restaurant you're doing that. And then in your heart, you're going to say to the restaurant, I really wish you'd just make burgers. In fact, I'm angry at you because you're not making burgers. I thought you loved me and I thought you were supposed to help me. So you should make burgers. But the restaurant will go, okay, we can have a burger now and again, but I don't think that's a good idea to live on. That's not a good idea. It's not going to work. And it's not good for us. And then you get mad. So you go find more burgers. And then you break up with the restaurant or you divorce the restaurant because you're like, they didn't fulfill my need for a burger. I'm going to go find somebody who does. Doesn't work, man. Doesn't work. You've lived a lie and you're going to be miserable. Miserable. Don't do it. Therefore, I've chosen to remain single until those invisible wounds have healed and I've become financially stable. With God's word constantly spearheading such an effort. And that's good. In short, Gliding on Phone Line says, I'm working on myself. And if God wants to show up with somebody, great. Otherwise, I'll worry about me and him and making sure that I'm preparing myself well for whatever the future holds. And there's nothing bad that can ever happen from pursuing a holy life and trying to build a good financial home. Even if you just stay single, you can help more people. You're more flexible. You can be more generous. More people can depend on you. You're still well ahead of the game. But if you are like, no, I'm not changing. I need like my dude that came in earlier. I'm not. I want a wife to fill all these gaps for me. And I'm not going to do anything. She needs to have a second job. She needs to work a job because, you know, I'm not going to make enough money. She needs to fulfill me physically, and she needs to fulfill me emotionally, and she needs to make me look good to my friends. And she, you know, I'm not going to work on myself until then. And don't worry, once I find her, I'll work on myself. You're lying to yourself. Last one, establish a small routine. We're talking about motivation. The last thing here is basically just, this is what I was saying. I'm not good at checklists, but I'm good at schedules. Put things on the schedule. Creating a simple daily routine provides structure, which experts say is crucial for stability, especially when emotions fluctuate. Routine builds consistency and helps us feel grounded. Setting aside a daily time for prayer, reflection, even a short walk, can be enough to shift the focus from feeling overwhelmed to taking small, steady steps. This one is a kind of this is my answer to all my problems. I'm not saying it should be, but I'm saying it is. And it's, that's ugly. We don't want to do that one. It is, for better or worse, the thing I lean on, and that is just to have a really good schedule. And it doesn't have to, it can be a simple one, right? It doesn't have to be every moment of your day is mapped out, but it could be, it's, you know, I get up at somewhere between 8:30 and 9, and I make sure that I have breakfast between 9:30 and 10, and I make sure that I go and I have lunch between 12 and 1, and I call, you know, like, it doesn't have, like, in the stuff in between there, you're like, well, what do I do with that other 3 hours that I was missing? That's okay. That'll fill itself out later. Just worry about these little healthy things first. Just the small ones. Do those. And then when you're like, you know what? I've got like 2 hours to kill before lunch. I feel like crap. I'm going to go sit in my room. Okay. Do that. And then when noon comes around, go make yourself some food. You're going to feel like way better by the end of the day. Because you will have felt more adult, more in control. When you feel out of control because your routine is all over the place, you're always kind of driven by your own feelings, you're going to feel like you're living in a whirlwind and the whole universe is fluctuating. But if you're like, no, I'm in control of this little part. When I get up, when I go to sleep, and when I eat, right? Or when I go to school, or when I whatever, that part's solid. And therefore it grounds you. Hopefully that makes sense. And there's my bibliography. Okay, there you go. The books that we used. Whew. Golly gee. That was a lot, man. We covered a lot of ground. Wednesdays are becoming quite something. Let me tell you what. I love that, Conroy. That's funny. All right. Your guys' turn. Either you guys start saying something, ask a question, bring something up, or I'm going to put on my headphones and play Animal Well for the next 40 minutes until I have to leave. Up to you. It's in your hands. Yeah, that Weird Wednesday has been put on hiatus. Potentially till tomorrow, but potentially for a while. I felt that my gifts lie elsewhere in the realm of streaming, and no longer is it really about me trying to be super entertaining, but I'm just going to lean on what I do best, and then hopefully be entertaining after that. Holy macaroni, that's tasty. That's S tier, baby. Let's go. Exclamation point Rogue if you want to try it. They're doing a BOGO right now. So if you want to try it, you can try 2 flavors, and you get them 1 for free. Especially since the form of porn that I engage in watching of is mostly, and I'm embarrassed to admit, male on male. Yeah. Right? And that's going to get, that's going to screw, exactly, that's going to screw with your brain. gonna cause issues, especially if you're, you know, if you're a Christian and that the Bible doesn't agree with that. I mean, the Bible doesn't agree with anything you're doing on there, but yeah, that's not gonna, it's gonna doubly not help. Warrior. I was just thinking, and also your wife definitely can't be that. Sorry, it's funny though. What do I do best, pretty princess? No, I just sit here and I just sit here. I gravity. I do obeying gravity best is what I do. Is BOGO still going? I think so. Should be. They were having a Halloween sale. Let me just double check, because it's on. I can tell you right away. Announcement. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. It's so close. New flavor announcement. No. How about announcement? Like the normal ones. I think so. Real good, Judy. Free deliveries for this week. Free ship. Use the code free ship, or world orders use world ship. There you go. When does that? Hold on. When does that end? Let's find out. It's all week, starting on 16th. 16 plus 7 is 24. Maybe not. It's like it's like 40 bucks for me. It's like 40 bucks off. It says $40 off. Use code free ship. World orders $80 off. Use code world ship. So I don't know what they're doing right now. I'm trying to find the actual code thing they're using. They are doing a Halloween thing. No, they are. Dooby-dooby-doo. Where's the Halloween thing? They're so excited about their new announcement. Oh, there you go. Okay, Halloween season goodies. You get a free tumbler. That's a good thing. Okay. I don't know. I have to ask someone. They do have a blog, I think. Well, it should be on their Twitter, now that I think about it. I'm gonna look. Isn't gifting a sub for 3 months Discord Nitro still? Yeah, I think yeah. I saw it this morning. Let me absolutely check. But I think I literally saw it when I logged in. I think if you log in one more time. Let me try it. High five. Rewards. Gifting subscriptions. View details. Yeah, it is. Buy one new sub. Get 3 months of Discord Nitro. Yeah, it's still on. My computer won't load X. I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave it in your hands. If you want to know, you have to go to their website. I'm sorry. I'm a bad partner. I thought for sure that it was true, but then I looked at the date and it seemed like it was a week off. I can find out though. I'll tell you what, I'll write myself a note and I'll do that immediately after stream. I'll go find out exactly after stream instead of doing it right now. And then I'll just have to disappoint somebody. That's just the way it is. Rogue code. There we go. Okay. Let me get back to you there, Yelnick. Granted, I myself would never partake in such, nor do I no, I don't know why I view such. I mean, yeah, that's probably something you should find out before you get married. Why you're leaning that way, because that's gonna be something that comes up again. $8? $8 cost me a heck of a lot more than that. I'll put it in the Discord. Yeah, shipping is rough. I ship here, and it costs me, I don't know, I think $20 or something, and it comes to the door, and then they want 20 more because it crossed the border, which is dumb because I already paid it during shipping, and they don't factor that in somehow. I don't know. It's super, super annoying because I have to pay for this shipping twice. Not Rogue's fault. Canada. Tax, shipping, custom fees. Yeah, custom fees, man. Dumb. And they didn't charge me the first time. My whole first bucket came in. They didn't charge me any fees at the door the first time. And the second time, I thought I'd save myself $5 or whatever and not get the prepaid tax thing. And then they wanted their $20. And then this time I'm like, well, I learned my lesson. I'm going to pay the extra for prepaid taxes. Then they asked for taxes again. So I paid twice. I don't understand what's happening. It just the way it is. More wrong, which makes it more stimulating. Okay. All right. That's understandable. Not been an issue with me in that way, so I can't relate. But could be, yeah. I am going to put my headphones on now, and we're going to play a little Animal Well. Did I feel like I deserve it? I was a good boy today. Well, hello. Jesus loves you. I thought for sure you had taken off. After I disagreed with you. That's a sleepy song, man. Golly. Yeah, it's a good verse, man. I appreciate that verse too. Animal Well, let's go. I say that's how, yeah, with porn in general. No, that's not what that means, man. It means what you want to come around, put around. it's the opposite of what you said. Not the opposite. It's the inverse of what you said. It's not what goes around comes around. It's what you put around. Put around the things you want to come around to you. You'd like to have around to you. If things were to come around. I'm confused. I confused myself. All right, we've got 3. I just have to apparently fight the ding dang diddly ding ding darn it. I gotta fight a dog, apparently. Oh, I gotta change to Animal Well in my... I know how to stream. I've streamed before. Category. Done. Okay, I did it. It follows verses about giving people good things. If you mean 2 people, then people will be... No. What it means is if you personally would not like to be treated mean, right? If you'd like to be treated kindly, then that's how you should treat others, is kindly, even if they're not kind to you. Yeah, you can't change how others treat you. You can only change how you react. Right? Karmic thought doesn't really work in reality. I mean, granted, if you're a jerk to people, they're probably more likely to be a jerk to you, but I don't think it's necessarily a 1-to-1 ratio. Oh. Boo. I think I know where the warp zone is. Oh, I have to remember the stupid warp whistle. Ah. Warp whistle. Let's see if I can remember. Yeah, Jesus, exactly. Jesus was kind of people still didn't like him. Yeah. So. Nope. Nope. That was it. That was totally it. It's a command to treat others with grace. Yeah, without expectation. It's left, left, right, right, down, down, up, up, isn't it? Right, right, left, left, down, down, up, up. Boo! Don't make me go find it. Yeah, a man reaps what he sows. That's more along the lines of what you're talking about. But again, that has nothing to do with controlling others. What it means is that your actions are going to affect your life. And God will... That's how God or has ordained the universe to work. I'm gonna remember this. It is... Right? Right. Left. Left. Down. Down. Up. Up. I did it! I think I need to go to the bear. Woo, that's a lot of map. Where's the last flame? I can see an area I haven't been. The top middle there. Oh, there's the last flame. It's right there. Oh, right. I can't remember how to get in there. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. What's the point of you trying to make? Each message you're saying, it... Yeah. Uh-oh. I almost fell out. But I'm in the right spot. That's what matters. I'm in the right area. Okay, we're good. We'll just fall down here. Sometimes I've learned that people come onto stream, and I don't mean to be... This isn't meant to be rude or anything. Jesus loves you. But some people... are either, you know, they English isn't their first language, or they have a learning disability or whatever, and so therefore they just kind of want to talk. Nope, I died. The end. Context is key, not only in the Bible, but in our lives. Oh, there's your quote of the day. All right, let's try this again. I know how to do this. Ah! Darn it. I knew how to do it. That's it. That's a good quote, Yamis. You should write that one down. Oh, love a duck. You know what? I deserve to die if I can't make it. Up. I made it. I literally made it the first time I tried this. Oh, whatever. I know how. Why did I play this game? I should have played something nice. Something that was going to be nice to me. Oh, I think I have to hit the button simultaneously. There, I did it. The goal of this game, I gotta get, literally the goal is get all the flames. So if you look at my inventory, I have 3 flames, a blue one, a pink one, a teal one. And it's a Metroidvania like crazy. which means every time I go somewhere new, I get a new thing. Like I get a frisbee that can push buttons, and I get a bubble thing that lets me go higher. I got a yo-yo that can push buttons in a different place, and a slinky that can push buttons. A lot of button pushing in this game. But my objective right now is way up here, is the final flame. See that right there? It's the middle. It's in the dead center. I do have a button thing going. I'm good at buttons. But I have to get there, and I can't remember why I wasn't able to win before. Like, what was the actual issue? Can I go around? No, I can't. I have to go right. Ah, it's so bad. I'm gonna die again. Who did that? Oh, that's the band sound. I haven't heard it before. Did you guys hear it? Did you guys hear it though? Sorry, that's really funny. That's the band sound. If you ever heard one, golly. Oh man. Womp 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 womp. Come on. Come on. Come on. Platform, baby. Platform harder. Ah! Jesus, frizzle frazzin'. Oh, there's no way I can frisbee the last one. I'll get squished. At least I'm good at that now. I can turbo blow the whistle. But here we are again. Slinking. First try. Come on. First try. Let's go. Why? I did it. I literally did it. As soon as I figured it out the first time, I did it like immediately. What am I doing wrong this time? It's the vines. It's not my fault. It's the vines. Get over there! I can't even blow a bubble. We're gonna keep doing it. This is the rest of the stream. I hope you enjoy the next 20 minutes because this is all we're doing. This screen. That felt like I should have got it. Do it for the vine. Literally. Do it because despite the vine. Do it despite the vine. How many songs work at the whistle? I only know one. It's the warp whistle. I just, you know, I it's fine. Whoops. Can't even jump anymore. Oh, wow. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I got a neutral. It's fine. This time for sure. This time for sure. No problem. I'm a platform genius, don't you know? What? I bonked my head. Stand up, leave the room, take a deep breath, come back in. Oh, I promise. I'll keep my rage as internal as I can. That one felt like it should have counted. You know? It's not my fault. It's the game. Lousy pixel perfect moves. Nope. Nope. And the developer's like, it's not even pixel perfect, man. You're just screwing it up. Boink. 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 Ah! Hello, Blanco. First try. It's. We're just gonna edit the VOD. Don't worry. Get over there! You stinking thing! Whoop. All right. That was dumb. That was dumb. I got greedy. The vines are, and that lamp is in the way. And we're back. Here we go. There we go. What am I doing wrong over there? Is it too early? Maybe it's too early. No, because then I bump my head. Hope you're having more luck than I. Not today. Thank you, Snark. I appreciate that very much, but no. Not at all. I'm brutalizing this poor potato. He's seen better days. It's fine. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate that very much. Been 2.5 hours. Hold on. I gotta read. I literally did it the first try. 2.5 hours on the first mission in NIOH2. NIOH? What's NIOH? I am brutalizing this poor potato. NIOH2. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's got inappropriate content, Snark. For frequent violence and gore. My birthday. You mean like in Doom? Oh, you get a sword.
You have the power to alter fate.
I do? It's a cat girl. I'm in. Oh no, that's a wheel guy. I'm out.
Death is a certainty.
Oh, that's a cool sword. I'm back in. Oh, that looks actually hard. I'm out. Yeah, it's a Souls-like. I'm out. Yo! Scary frog! You can use a hat as a weapon? I'm in. Guess I have to play now. Ah, you get a little familiar guy? Ah, that's cute. And a cat girl? Alright, I'm in. If there's a cat girl, I'm good. Birthday's the day after yours? We're birthday buddies? That's cool. I don't have enough birthday buddies. I've only ever, in my whole life, only met one person with my birthday. I met one person, and that was born on my day. Apparently my parents are weird. I've had an easier time playing an actual Souls game. And I was just no joke. It sounds like it's yeah, the way it looked. I can understand the appeal of Souls games, like I get it. Especially after watching my son enjoy them so very much. He really likes Souls games. But I tried to play Elden Ring, and what I found is that the slowness of the weapon makes me crazy. Platforming also the bane of my existence. I like platforming. I'm an old school gamer, right? You know, like I literally grew up on Pac-Man and whatever. Like it's Mario. I didn't grow up on Mario. I grew up on well, kinda. I had Donkey Kong in the arcade. But you know what I mean? Like platforming was kind of all we had. So this feels like old school gaming. Nope, it's not an earlier thing. I think I got it though. This time for sure. Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring on Saturday. And Elden Ring? Like you're gonna beat one and then start the other? Hey, first try. Let's go. I don't know what to do. Literally, I don't know why I'm here. Supposed to go to the flame. That's what we gotta do. We gotta get to the flame. Let's just get over there, because I can't remember what it looks like. Cool. Huh? Better finish my Bible study. Have a good one. God bless. See you later. And go. Okay. I think I gotta go down. Whoops, that was too far down. Fiddlesticks. Okay, that's fine. I now have full health. Did that on purpose so I could get full health. Can I go back easily? Is it gonna let me go back easily? Please, let me go back easily. It's above me, so that's good. I should be good. It's fine, it's this way. We'll just keep going this way. Oh, these lousy stinking birds. I've already beat them. I don't need to talk to them. And that goes up. I want to go up, not down. I'm going down, apparently. Crap. We'll just keep going. Why not? I've never been down here yet. Maybe there's a dog that I can turn around. There's no dog I can turn around. What? That's so dumb. Yeah, this is definitely not cool. I am in a totally wrong spot. But I'm gathering. See, I did this on purpose because I need to gather resources. It's big brain stuff. If you're a new gamer, you won't understand why it looked like I had to mess it all up, go the wrong way, fall down something, get on an elevator I didn't want to actually get on, and then fall apart. That's what it looked like. But I was doing big gamer moves. I'll when you're older, I'll explain it to you. Big gamer moose. That's what they call me. I'm getting further from where I want to be. How do I make the dogs go the other way? I don't know. I feel like there's got to be a way to do that. To make the dogs go up. Then my life is just easier. Yeah, I'm definitely going the wrong way now. This isn't right. This isn't right. What? There's no way back up. This game is hard. I'm gonna quit. Oh yeah, I'm a potato. I forgot that. They freaking love potatoes. Do. Am I going the right way? Is it gonna lead me anywhere? Is this an entire just a trip of folly? Am I a fool? Am I lying to myself? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Why does he go so fast? Ah! Ah, stupid dog. No. Ah! I don't know what I am. And there's not enough lore in this game for me to know what I am. I'm technically older. I mean, no. When you're older. I mean like wizened, where I can be dropping truth bombs on you, and your heart can handle it. Because if I told you, you still wouldn't understand. It's such high level gaming. Your brain would probably melt. So I don't want to melt your brain. I want to go up there. Everything is awful. The world is a lie. Boo. We'll just keep going, man. Why not? We'll just keep going. Found my dog's like bobbing for apples. Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, a dog. I can understand a dog doing that. Can you not? I did it! But am I further ahead? Oh, now I'm going back to where I was. Oh, that's so dumb. I feel dumb. Because what I could have done is I could have just like... I could have just done the warp myself because I ended up in the exact same spot. Duh. What's up here? I guess I'll get my firecracker. It's already there. Bonk. And if I go right... Yep. There's nothing other than right. Cool. Let's just do it. We got it. First try. Go. Let's go. Nope. Boom. 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 There we go. See? I told you. It was all on purpose. Okay, drop that and jump. I wonder if I can make that jump. This one right here. That little tiny jump. That perfectly timed itty bitty little jump. That's going to be a pain. It's not going to happen. I have 3 minutes to make it happen. It's not going to happen. Ready? And go. Oh, whatever. Wait, could I frisbee that? Hang on. I totally can. No! Dog darn it. I got on and then I was... Oh, that was a great plan. Man, I'm smart. 10 out of 10, baby. Chat's not going to compliment me. I will. Oh, almost there. And pop. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Nope. Ah, I got it. I got it. Easy. What? I can totally get in there. Jump, ball, jump. Hey, what's the matter for you? Let's go. Where am I? I don't even know where I am anymore. Okay. We're almost to the fire area. But I totally can't remember why I couldn't get it in the first place. That's what I'm trying to learn. There it is. It's behind glass. That's the issue. Glass is bad. So, can I switch that switch and make the glass go away? Let's try that. It's the middle switch. Did that... Oh, wait, no, glass doesn't go away. No, that's glass... Yeah, no, okay. I have to come in from the other side. Because that's where the door is. Uh-huh. So how do I get to that? I think I've just remembered what I had forgotten a week ago. It's the elevator. Up and to the right. Hold on. Up to the right. Up. To the right. It wants me to put the disc in. I don't want to put the disc in. That's the difference. It needs me to put the disc in. Oh, I forgot about that. All right, well. Okay. I didn't make any progress. Thanks for rubbing it in, game. One of these days, I'm going to beat Animal Well, and everybody will be like, wow, that guy's a gamer. Please insert disc 12. Not gonna lie. I remember those days where you get to the part in the story and all of a sudden it's like what's wrong? And then it's black screen. Please insert disc 2. Or not disc 2. Floppy drive A. I did. Look at how much jumping I did. It's just it's an incredible amount of jumping. What would you... It's riveting footage is what it is. It's 10 out of 10 gamer footage. All right. Let's read out. Oh, man. So I'm headed to the city. We've had some good news. So I'm headed out there. Thank you for all your prayers over the last little while. It's been quite a spiritual battle. I have not slept well and things have been a little sideways. So it's been nice to know that you guys have my support. Keep Data God in mind. Obviously, he hasn't, he don't have a funeral plan yet, but he obviously still going through some stuff with just kind of life and, you know, his son dying and whatnot. So it's not easy. So let's keep him in prayer. Hopefully, if you did like Wednesday, let me know. Hopefully, if it's good and you enjoy it, we'll keep doing it. I'm enjoying it. It's intense. It can be intense at times, but at the same time, if it's something that is good for you and you're finding value in it, please tell me, because otherwise I don't know. I'm just making stuff up as I go here, man. I don't know what's going on ever. I'm just trying to do things. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna rate Ibby because Ibby is the bomb, and she's got zombies apparently. So, is that a scary game? You guys want to see a scary game? That was scary. Ibby's cool though. It's not gonna be that scary. She's a cool kid. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. If you want weirdness and you want me to do weirdness, I want to hear it in the Discord. If I hear from one person, I'll know, you know what? No. I want to hear from like 5 people in the Discord that you want to see some weirdness tomorrow. Just put it somewhere, tag me, say, make weirdness happen, Ninja, and I will. But if I don't see it, then we won't. How about that? There's I'm holding you guys as hostage. That's the way it is. Join the Discord, say you want it, and then I'll do it. I'll see you tomorrow, dudes. Thanks for being here.
The person that would have to be the one. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. It was instinct.